Good evening, everyone. It is slightly after 7:02 on Thursday, September 9th. This is the Bellbrook-Sugarcreek Board of Education meeting. This is a meeting of the Board of Education in public for the purpose of conducting the school district's business. It is not to be considered a public community meeting. There is a time for public participation during the meeting as indicated on the agenda item. And just as a reminder, there is to be no campaigning for candidates or causes as part of the board meeting. All right, Dr. Kozad, would you please call the roll?
Mr. Carpenter?
Here.
Mrs. Dorn?
Here.
Mr. Kinsey?
Here.
Mr. Price?
Here.
Mrs. Sloughman?
Here.
Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right. For the treasurer's report, Mr. Liming's wife's funeral was this morning, and Mr. Liming will not be here this evening. So I request approval for the minutes from the meetings of August 12th and August 26th, but not August 20th or 31st. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Mr. Kinsey?
Second.
Mrs. Dorn?
David, on that, I can't, I'll have to abstain on one. I wasn't here August 12th.
Okay.
So, August 26th, you have to break those out.
All right. We'll first vote on August 12th. You can call the roll.
Yep. Mr. Kinsey?
Yes.
Mrs. Dorn?
Yes.
Mr. Price?
Abstain.
Mrs. Sloughman?
Yes.
Mr. Carpenter?
Yes. Motion passes. And please call the roll for then August 26th.
Do we need a first or second?
I think we did approve both. I mean, the motion was for both, but we'll go ahead. Mr. Kinsey?
Motion to approve.
Okay, and Mrs.
Second.
Dorn? Okay, very good.
Sorry. Mr. Kinsey?
Yes.
Mrs. Dorn?
Yes.
Mr. Price?
Yes.
Mrs. Sloughman?
Yes.
Mr. Carpenter?
Yes, motion passes. Are there any questions from the board members on the treasurer's report that was provided by Mr. Liming? It's the blue pages in your packet. Were there any questions? If we have questions, we'll table them for Mr. Liming. If not, then do I have a motion to approve the treasurer's report?
So moved.
Mrs. Sloughman?
Second.
Mrs. Dorn? And Dr. Kozad, would you please call the roll?
Mrs. Sloughman?
Yes.
Mrs. Dorn?
Yes.
Mr. Kinsey?
Yes.
Mr. Price?
Yes.
Mr. Carpenter?
Yes, motion passes. All right. Next, we do have Mark Carrera as president of the Sugar Creek Education Association to speak this evening. Mr. Carrera, you're up.
Too late.
So much. Thank you for the opportunity again. As you are aware, the SEA has negotiated this opportunity to speak in front of the board. It is a contractual right that we possess. And you know, really what the motivation for this today is really to kind of express maybe why. Oh, thank you so much. Just kind of remind everyone that, you know, the SEA does speak for the teachers. And I know there's been a couple of moments where we've had discussions in the past where, how do we know we feel this way? We had a couple of moments with the debate that's been ongoing about one teacher saying one thing and one teacher saying another. But we feel that the SEA's voice carries much more weight than an individual teacher. And so what we did, though, in an effort to make sure that we were actually representing our members, and not only our members, but our non-members, we conducted a survey this past week, and I'm going to go ahead and pass out the graphs that accompany that. You're welcome. Sir? Ooh, I almost stumbled. Sorry, Mr. President. Yes, sir. And so I'd like to point out really the first graph, so we had 131 responses out of 167 employees. So it's about 78% responded, which is, I would say, pretty high as far as that goes. And just real quick, if you don't mind, if you want to look at it, the very last page. The last page, I just want to point out to you that the people that responded, we had about 75% members and about 25% non-members. And so we did hear from everyone with this particular issue. And so going back to that front page, I just kind of want to really emphasize that, you know, we as teachers and the SEA, our number one priority is to have children in the district so that we can educate them. We feel that some of the debate that's been ongoing around that does not really consider that particular issue. We feel that for their education, their mental health, to be in the building is probably most important. And so I want to point out to you that out of the responses, approximately 61% of teachers feel that we should have a K-12 mask mandate. And that is opposed. At the bottom there, you'll notice there is a significant number. Over 20% of teachers feel that we should be masking by individual choice. And so we did include those choices there. I do want to point out to you that we did not include the K-6 because as educators, we find that particular choice to be problematic. The middle school being divided with one grade, having masks, the other two not. I have heard from a lot of teachers specifically from that building concerning that issue, about how difficult it has been to enforce. And so we went with that. And then we also, like I said, we wanted to make sure we were representing the SEA, the employees, I apologize. And so if you turn to the next page, you'll notice there that we conducted this graph, this survey, we asked them to raise their level of confidence. And we did that for us and for other parties. And so you'll notice that number 1 is no confidence, number 5 is full confidence. And I want to point out to you that as far as the SEA goes, I am disappointed to say that, if you count 3, 2, and 1, we have about 25% of teachers that don't feel we're representing them. But if you look at the other end, and you notice there that we probably have about 73, 75% of teachers that feel we are, as it says here, in matters related to the COVID-19 pandemic, what is your level of confidence that the Sugarcreek Education Association will advocate in the best interest of students and staff? So we do have the trust of teachers as far as this goes, if that has any influence upon you at all right? Which I know that, it's kind of ironic that it was a year ago this week that we spoke for the first time, and it was related to the same topic, all right? I do want to point out that the actually highest level of confidence belong to the building level administrators. So we are talking about the principals and assistant principals, and realistically they deserve that because they are bearing the brunt of parental backlash to this particular move on both directions, people that want masks, people that don't want masks. And so all of our members really feel that their principals are doing a great job. But I do want to go ahead and point out, you can skip down to 2 graphs. So in matters related to the COVID-19 pandemic, we're going to show the level of confidence that the Bellbrook-Sugarcreek Board's Sugarcreek Schools Board of Education will act in the best interest of students and staff. I don't want to dwell on it, but I do want to go ahead and point out that you probably only have about 15% of teachers that feel confident in the decisions you're making. So that is a tremendous amount of people that, when they watch these meetings online, they're nervous. They don't know what's going to happen. There is concern about that. So I just wanted to point these out, not to dwell upon it. But the other thing I wanted to point out is how it affects their opinion in matters related to decisions that impact education. And so if you turn the page, you'll notice that we have a little bit higher support for the SEA in terms of this, in terms of confidence that we will advocate the best interests of students and staff than we did with COVID. And that's understandable because we've been around for a long time. We've been here for 40 years, pretty much in partnership with the district, trying to do our best for the district. Obviously, part of the role of the SEA is to negotiate contracts. We're not up for contracts. Like, our purpose is really the district. I mean, I myself have to go on, but I've been here for over 20 years. I anticipate that I'll be here for another 15. I mean, I love this district. I only want what's best for it. I'm sure that's the same as you feel, to be honest with you. But I want to point out, this is, to me, the more troubling aspect of this, is the last graph. In matters related to decisions that impact education, what is your level of confidence that the Bellbrook Board of Education will act in the best interest of students and staff? And while it does increase slightly, it is still way underwater. And it's not that I can tell you how to fix that, or if you care to fix that. But I am here to tell you that teachers do not have confidence in some of the things that are going on in the district. Most of it related to the COVID stuff, but it is seeing it transfer over to educational concerns. And again, that's because we as educators, none of us want to wear masks. But realistically, we're all dealing with quarantines, and that's out of our control. And we're having to deal with kids being in and out, and it's just very difficult and challenging, especially for the elementary teachers, of which I'm not one, so I can't really attest to that. I have my own challenges teaching high school, but they can be managed a little more readily at the high school level, I think, in terms of their level of responsibility. But anyways, the purpose of this really, like I said, was just to inform you and to make sure that we are advocating what our members, what our teachers want. Like, to be honest with you, I thought, heck, this could come back to 50% of people saying no mask. And we didn't. So I do appreciate you kind of inspiring us to look into the data and to see what teachers want. Please remember that we are stakeholders also. Not all of us are parents, but some of us are. Not all of us are community members, but some of us are. And, really, like I said, even though I don't live in Bellbrook, I do not live in Bellbrook. I've been a community member for over 20 years. I show up at everything. I really appreciate the opportunities that I've had. So, if you would like to reach out to me and discuss any of this stuff, we can. I don't feel comfortable doing it here at this moment, if we can avoid that. So, thank you for your time, and have a good night.
Mark, can you email that to me, or if I get the board?
Yes, sir.
I'll lose this piece of paper.
Yes, sir.
It's not what I want to lose, so appreciate it.
I will, yes, sir.
All right. Next topic is correspondence. I can attest that I have received I continue to receive numerous emails regarding masking, both in favor of masking and opposed to masking. And the ones, I've tried to reach out to respond, but I know that I have not been able to, just out of time, been able to respond to everybody. But other board members want to comment on any correspondence they may have received?
There's one I received was kind of interesting. It was, you were just trying to make everybody happy. And I think I had a little chuckle with that. Because I think if I do nothing or I do anything, there's obviously going to be a segment of the community that's not happy. So, yeah, I thought it was actually otherwise, I thought they would receive a lot. I do my best to reply to everybody.
Anybody else? All right, let's go on to reports to the board. Stephen Bell, Music, STEM, Library, and PE.
Good evening. My name is Ginger Keaton, and I am the principal here at Stephen Bell Elementary. And tonight, we are going to highlight education. We're not going to talk about COVID. We're not going to talk about masks. We're actually going to focus on children. And we're going to talk about how Stephen Bell is special. Every building in our district is special. But we want to talk about for educators and what they do that is unique and special for our students ages 5 through 8. And so tonight we're going to focus on our music teacher, our PE teacher, our library teacher, and our STEM teacher. And each one of them would like to highlight their individual program. Unfortunately, our music teacher is absent today because she's not feeling well. No, it's not COVID related, we hope. But today, I was able to teach her music class, and that's a little scary because I'm not a music teacher. So 5 of the classes and I were singing out on the playground today. So we do cover for each other as much as we can. But we'll go ahead and start with our first slide. And so we're going to start with Miss Van Brackle. So we're going to invite Miss Van Brackle to come to the podium, and she's going to share all about STEM.
Well, first I want to say thank you for giving me my program back. My kids are excited, I'm excited, parents are excited. It's been great. I just have a couple pictures up here. You can see the one on the left there is kids making a gingerbread man trap. We had to use some boxes and get a little creative with our materials. And then instead of doing something normal and just closing the trap, the gingerbread man is actually strapped to a remote control car that I controlled. So, my little kindergartners, I took it a little slower. But my second graders, I let it go, baby. So they had to be able to trap the gingerbread man, and boy, were there a lot of giggles. That was a great one. The next one I've got is some of my 3rd through 5th graders there, and they're trying to build the tallest tower they can with 1 pack of index cards. And I had a team that actually built one taller than me. They had to use a chair to get up a little bit, which was funny to watch. And then we had a fire drill in the middle of it. And I'm like, oh no, I'm not gonna be able to measure this. It's not gonna stand. We're gonna go back. We're gonna have to start over. It was still standing. And they kept the school record for that one. So they were quite proud. They not only built the tallest tower, but it stood through the fire drill. And then the other one, as you can see, the kids just being able to be together. Their hands all together, being a team, because that's what STEM is about. I teach the design process, of course. That's our big part, learning how to work together. I've worked with many engineers now through the STEM Center, and I've heard several of them, they've got doctorates and whatnot, but they've seen guys get fired because they can't work together. They can't work on a team. In fact, one guy had 3 doctorates, and they had to let him go. They kept him for a year, they just kept trying to push him on, and he couldn't work as a team. And this other guy came and he goes, if you do anything with your kids, the design process is great, but teach them to be part of a team. And that's what that last picture is about. And then, of course, I've got the quote there, I've learned not to give up, by one of my 2nd grade students. And I was just talking to another STEM teacher, she's in an inner city school there in Dayton. And they're making her give grades this year, A to F. And she's like, they've killed my program. Because how can I tell a kid you got an A and you failed? It doesn't make sense. So of course she's fighting that, and I've had the support of my principals. I don't give grades like that. It's satisfactory. If you can show me that you can handle the design process, you can do it. And that's where we want our kids to go. So like I said, my biggest thing is I'm going to keep working with my kids, being team members, learning how to not give up, and I appreciate the chance to have my program back. Thank you.
And as I said earlier, Mrs. Gard cannot be here tonight, so she did email me her presentation. So bear with me, I will go ahead and read her presentation. Susan Gard is our music teacher here at Stephen Bell Elementary. This is her 31st year teaching general music. She has been teaching here in Bellbrook for 29 years. Just so happens that Susan Gard and I have both been here for 29 years. The Ohio Department of Education has K-12 music standards. Perhaps those of you in the crowd did not know that. At Stephen Bell, we have students in kindergarten who attend 5 days a week. Those students have music 2 days a week because of their program. Students that come purple and gold have music 1 day a week. Students that attend school in first grade and second grade have music 2 days a week. Each music class is for 30 minutes. During that time, the students do a lot of singing, listening, movement, and music notation. And yes, even last year, we had singing mass. The kids enjoy playing music with their instruments and games to practice their musical talents. Mrs. Gard uses a lot of books in her music class, and she did note in here, thank you to Mrs. Keaton for purchasing new music materials. I didn't add that in here, it is. The first picture is the music classroom here at Stephen Bell, to your upper left corner. And actually, for those of you that don't know, it's behind the screen. Right behind the screen, if we were to open those doors. We are very fortunate to have a lot of space for our students to spread out and to be able to move. If you see the dots, those are actually 3 to 6 feet apart. We're really lucky to spread them out. The second picture has some of the non-pitched instruments that we use in our music class. Also, there are a few of our students' favorite music books. Right now, the second grade students are learning Cat Came Back Song. And I have to tell you, when I walk down the hallway, I start singing that song all day long. This week, they finished learning the song and in musical form. Next week, they will learn a non-pitched instrument with the song. Currently, the first grade students are singing songs, playing games, and they're starting a unit that will involve elephant songs and listening activities in connection to the visual arts. Kindergarten students are exploring their singing voices through a variety of songs and beginning to do some focused listening activities. The third picture, to the bottom left, is from our first grade program back in March of 2019. That actually brings a lot of happiness to me when I look at that picture, because we have not had children stand on the stage behind you in almost 2 years. And that's bittersweet, because we can't have them grouped together yet. I'm hopeful that will return for the first grade musical that we do each March, or our kindergarten celebration that we do each May. Wouldn't it be nice to return to some normalcy? Both programs are a wonderful way to invite our families to celebrate our children and the music. But with hope, the last picture to your right, in February of 2019, Mrs. Gard received a grant from the Bellbrook-Sugarcreek Education Foundation, as she's always looking for creative ways to add to her musical program. We added more instruments. Thank you so much to Bellbrook-Sugarcreek Education Foundation for their support. We purchased 2 alto xylophones, hand drums, and other instruments with adaptive mallets. A very special thank you to all the teachers at Stephen Bell and their support of the musical program. And I would just like to add that we enjoy having Mrs. Gard on staff. Thank you. And at this time, I'd like to introduce Stephanie Vukovic, and we're so happy to have a full-time librarian back in the house.
I am delighted to be back. Thank you for reinstating this position and making that a possibility. I have the best job, and I'm not just saying that because it is the best job. I remember being a child who little bit weird, and would make construction paper card pockets for my books and then check them out to my stuff. So, it is a dream come true that I get to do this every day, and I'm so grateful to be here. I highlighted a few pictures of our beautiful library up there and the collection that our children get to enjoy. All of our students come to the library once a week for 30 minutes, and they get to enjoy a story, an activity that goes with the story, and of course we check books in and out. But that is not the only aspect of my job. The other very important aspect of my job is collection development, and I wanted to highlight some of that data for you tonight so that you know where we are with that. So when I started 6 years ago, the average age of our collection was 25 years. The acceptable range for that should be 10, no more than 15. So a little bit out of date. As of today, we are aged 19 years, so it's come down, but it's a process that we get to through not only reading books that are too old for the collection or no longer relevant or no longer contain factual information like Pluto is the ninth planet. But we also have to replace those books, and it comes at a cost. And while I do receive a portion of my budget from the building principal, thank you, Mrs. Keaton, most of the funds come from fundraising opportunities like our Scholastic Book Fairs and Birthday Book Club and the like. So it's a process. It is. We want to see in our collection an average of 15 to 20 books per student. Right now we're sitting on 25. That sounds great, but the flip side to that is we're holding on to old materials that I probably need to continue going through and let go so that students can find relevant and newer materials that can really spark their joy and love for reading. Along with that data, we have some circulation statistics. As you know, we haven't had a normal school year in a while. So our last normal school year was 2018 and 19, and I checked out 18,339 books that year. The school year for 1920, we closed down March 13th, so we missed almost a quarter of school, but our circulation that year jumped. It was 23,393 books, so our kids are devouring books. But last year, when we only had a part-time librarian, that number decreased to just 10,233. So having only a part-time librarian here definitely impacted our students' access to books. And then just to kind of demonstrate some of the things I've been removing, Stacy gets a kick out of it because this was a book I needed when I came. It is a book that Stacy Tincher, our PE teacher, checked out in 1979. So we have a little bit of work to do, but we're getting there, and we have a beautiful space, and we're privileged to be able to work here with our kids. Thank you for your time tonight.
Stephanie, how do you define like old? Like, for example, you can have a classic that that was 100 years ago or whatever, and then are you like when that book was bought? Is that how you define age, or?
So we define age based on a few criteria, and mainly publication date. And like you said, there are classics, and those classics remain in the library regardless of age, because it's kind of like a closet. You have things that you can wear for years and years and years, and then you have things that you purchase, and you look back after a few years and you say, oh my gosh, what was I thinking? Like, that's no longer relevant. And nonfiction, especially, kind of plays into that. We want to be sure that the materials our students are accessing contain information that is still relevant and accurate. I gave you the example of Pluto being the ninth planet. Like, it's not. It's not anymore. So those were books that I had to remove from our collection and replace with material that was a little more updated. But the standards for nonfiction range between 5 to 10 years, and anything beyond 10 years is supposed to be needed and updated. We don't have the funding to do that. So,
With respect to funding, and I don't know, this is an honest question, and I don't know if you know, if it's even fair to ask you, but is that true of other school districts throughout the state? Is it like every school district is basically having book sales, book fairs, so they can buy books for their own? Is there not typically a budget allocated by the school district to fund the library? I don't know.
yeah, unfortunately, right now, Ohio doesn't really have any standards for that. Other states will suggest that anywhere from $12 to $15 per student should be allocated for a library budget, but Ohio just doesn't do that. So, having not been here last year, I can tell you that our collection is definitely an improvement over others that I have seen, but there's room for improvement.
Mr. Bryce's question was pretty similar to what mine was with how do you determine age, and what about some of the classics? You know, as a big Dr. Seuss fan,
Yeah.
but his are older than 10 years.
Yeah, and we're not really looking at the fiction so much, picture books and fiction. You evaluate, is it still relevant to students? Do they still want to read it? And things like Dr. Seuss and the things we know and love, like Where the Wild Things Are. Kids still love those books, but then there are some where I look at them and they haven't circulated in 10, 15 years. Like, it's time to let those go to make space for books that kids really do want to read right now.
One of the other things that struck me, you were talking about 18,000 books checked out, or 23,000, stuff like that. That 18,600 with 600 students as a building, that's north of 30 books per year that students are checking out. That's awesome.
Yeah, and not every student has access to books at home. Not every student has access to books at a public library. For some of them, this is their only access point.
Right.
So, what would you want? $1 million a year for a library? $1? I don't know. I mean, I'm just trying to think what you typically get in a fundraising year. What you think would be a realistic.
The average suggested turnover for a school library is roughly 10% a year. So it would have to come down to the number of books in the collection. Right now, I think we're sitting at 12,000, but as I said, some of those need to go. We can get that number down and keep bringing the age down. But an average price for a library book these days is anywhere from $12 to $20. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
And our last special teacher, I'd like to introduce Stacy Tincher. And Stacy probably will not brag enough about herself, but I wanted to make sure that we definitely highlight and let our community know that Mrs. Tincher is in the top 10 for the state of Ohio for raising funds for the American Heart Association for the Kids Heart Challenge. So I don't know if the board members knew that, but the Kids Heart Challenge generates over $20,000 to $25,000, and Mrs. Tincher probably topped that. And the American Heart Association asked to meet with me 2 weeks ago because they wanted to really showcase Mrs. Tincher and congratulate her. And I really want Bellbrook-Sugarcreek community to know how much Mrs. Tincher devotes physical education to our 5 to 8-year-olds and how dedicated she is and proud of her students and how lucky we are to have her at Stephen Bell Elementary.
Thank you, Ginger. My heart is racing like I've been teaching PE for the last 36 minutes. Talking in front of my peers is probably not my strong suit, so since you're all sitting down and I wear heels tonight, I'm still the tallest one in the room, and this is my house, as I was reminded by one of my friends. So for 22 years, this has been my house, so I guess here we go. And I would argue with Stephanie that I probably have the best job for the last 28 years, 22 of those being here. Thank you for allowing us to spotlight our specials tonight. It's the first time in 28 years I've ever been asked to do that. Stephen Bell Physical Education is the foundation of our district's comprehensive program. Our department follows the Ohio Department of Education standards and benchmarks set forth to drive student participation, knowledge, and enjoyment of physical activity. I was privileged to pilot the standards upon their inception and consult on their revision a few years ago. I'm blessed to be supported by our administration, Stephen Bell staff, and my colleagues in the other buildings. At Stephen Bell, our young students work to develop and refine both fine and gross motor skills in PE. Students are able to participate in a variety of activities as shown in the slide, while learning the value and benefits of physical activity, personal responsibility, respecting others, problem solving, and cooperative skills. I love for students to be moving, learning, and trying their best in every PE class. Tonight, I was asked to highlight our jump rope unit. Our students absolutely love learning to jump rope. Kindergarten students are introduced to basic rope jumping skills, turning their rope, as well as turning a long jump rope for others. First graders work to improve forward and backward skills while being introduced to a couple more advanced skills. Second grade students are challenged to increase their forward single rope jumps up to 100 or more consecutive repetitions, while also learning more advanced skills like arm crosses and even some partner skills. This unit also includes the vertical jump, which you can see the tape on the wall, broad jump, hula hoop jumping, ankle skippets, and jump-ons, which in the bottom left-hand corner you can see I'm turning the rope for students, which that's what a jump-on is. It's incredibly fun and exciting to see so many smiling faces when they accomplish new skills as they exercise their hearts. For the past 21 years, the conclusion of this unit has been participating in the American Heart Association's Jump Rope for Heart, now known as the Kids Heart Challenge. It is a wonderful opportunity for students to explore their own healthy choices while also placing an emphasis on helping others. Our students collect donations for the American Heart Association leading up to our annual jumping event in February. Last year during the pandemic, I didn't know what to expect. I typically depend on parent volunteers to help monitor the various stations. We typically have about 9 to 11 stations. And we weren't permitted to have volunteers. So since I believe every little bit can make a difference, I decided to go for it. Much to my surprise, it was our best year to date. Stephen Bell students, with the help of parents, grandparents, and community members, raised $22,723.61 for the American Heart Association, which was the third highest total in the state of Ohio last year. It was amazing to exceed our goal with fewer in-person students and our 2 volunteers, Mrs. Keaton and Tanya Manley, who is a parent but also a substitute teacher and generously donated her time for a few days. For the second year in a row, our school had raised over $22,000 and received $1,700 each of those years in gift certificates and cash to purchase new physical education equipment. In fact, this is how I funded the purchase of the majority of equipment during my tenure here. We have received between $500 and $1,700 annually over the last 21 years towards equipment. My equipment closet speaks for itself. I get a lot of compliments on that. While I facilitate this event, Mr. and Mrs. Brescia provide fabulous support by helping count the donations for accuracy, and Mrs. Keaton always blocks the schedule and volunteers her time during the event. However, our overwhelming success each year is due to our generous community of students and parents. Thank you for your continued support, keeping kids active physically and engaged in community initiatives. This next event coming in February will put Stephen Bell over the $250,000 donation mark over a 22-year period. And I'm confident in that because we're only $47 away from that. Little kids can do big things. It's truly amazing. Thank you.
You are to be commended for a wonderful job. You are so very appreciated. And please give them all a big hug for us. We miss her so much.
I will. Thank you.
All right, to Dr. Kozad for a review of our current COVID situations in our district.
Yep, and I also just want to piggyback on the board's comments here about our special teachers here at Stephen Bell. Really providing a well-rounded educational experience for our students. There's a rhyme and reason to the things that you are doing with our kids. It's just not, roll the ball out and kids just play, or put some things together, or throw some books, or put some books in front of some kids. There's a rhyme or reason that are age appropriate that you are doing those things with those students, and our students are better off for those. So we do appreciate all that. I'd like to continue to talk about special stuff, but we're going to go on to this. Yes.
The only one.
But I'm glad this is, Stacy, I think, Mrs. Tincher, I think you mentioned it's the first time you talked to the board to present what all of you are doing as special teachers. So we're glad that you guys, ladies, were here. So we do appreciate that. All right, providing an update. This is my update on our COVID-19 situation. Again, trying our best to navigate a very difficult, challenging situation, helping our students academically, social, emotionally, healthy, keeping everybody healthy. Again, I think all of our goals are to, especially mine, to keep our students in school. That is where they learn best. I think we have found out from experiences in the past that doing things remotely or doing things at home present their own set of challenges. So trying to keep our students in school. As we go through here, Mr. Bowles, we continue on here. A few slides to the State of Ohio COVID-19 indicators. So again, trying to build on from the slide or from the presentation from last time. And just trying to paint a picture here. We're going to go from big picture, big to small, so whole to parts. And so this is from August 30th. You see the State of Ohio key indicators there. And then if you go to the next slide, that is today's update on September 9th. So we've gone from the 21-day average from 3,300 to 5,000 cases. And all of those other things have also increased throughout the state of Ohio. So again, big picture to smaller. So we go on to the next slide here. This is Greene County, even though it says COVID-19 zip codes up there, this is for all of Greene County. And so on August 15th, we had 415 cases in Greene County. And then August 19th, we had 484. August 26th, 938, and then August 30th, which is this slide that's up there, is 1,176. If you go on to the next slide, that is on the 8th, we have about 1,400 cases. Yeah, 1,400 cases. So that's yesterday. So that's Greene County. Not yet. So the zip code data is for 45305. Again, I know that there's more Bellbrook-Sugarcreek schools in 45305. But again, just looking at some information here from August 15th, we had 21 cases. As of August 30th, 53 cases. And then on September 9th, 95 cases. So again, kind of mirrors the trend throughout the state and throughout the county. Also looking next year at, again, State of Ohio, Children's COVID-19 dashboard. So this is percent of total COVID-19 cases from January of 2020 till September 8th. There's the latest update. And so continue to see throughout the state of Ohio that the percent of total COVID-19 cases are hitting the younger people under 18. That increase. It's increasing. Again, you can see from that trend there. So that's all the state of Ohio. And then we go on to the next slide. So this is Greene County. Again, seeing the spike up there with July and August and on through September there. So that is under 18. Again, kind of mirroring the state of Ohio cases there. So that's under 18 for just Greene County. Again, seeing those trends kind of continue on from the state to the county level. Again, trying to give some more data and background, so we go on to the next slide. So this is from our COVID-19 dashboard that we have on our website that we're updating every school day. And so this is through this first slide is the first week of school, so we came in on a Wednesday. So Wednesday through Sunday of that week, so we had 3 cases total, but did end up quarantining 47 students. And then we have our cumulative totals there. We go to the next slide. So this is our first full week of school, August 23rd through the 29th. We had 24 cases total, 11 of them being at Bell Creek Intermediate with 112 quarantined, and then overall 183 students being quarantined. And then obviously you see the cumulative totals there from the first day of student school through the 29th. Going on to the next one, that's the next full week of school, so that was last week. We had 26 total cases, again 10 at the high school, with a total of 53 in quarantine there, 4 at the BCI, and then 8 at Stephen Bell. And 35 students being quarantined there. So total of 126 that whole week for 356 cumulative total through September 5th. So that's the day before Labor Day. And then going on to the next slide here. So this is through today. So Monday through today. Again, we always go Monday through Sunday. So Stephen Bell's name is not on there, but Stephen Bell is that first column there. So this week, Stephen Bell had 14 positive student cases, and we still have tomorrow to go. And then 8 at the high school, 17 students quarantining there to the 14, and then 26 at the high school. So that leaves us up through today, a total of 81 student cases positives and 404 quarantines. So you compare that to last year. Last year, the highest positive we had in a week, again, I mentioned last time, we had 13 positives in 1 week was our total, was our highest week. We did that twice last year, and 12 was our second highest. We did that once. So in our first 3.5 weeks of school, we've almost doubled that weekly total. Our highest quarantine in 1 week last year was 210, and then 188. And so we had 183 one time and 126 another time in a week. So quarantines were a little less compared to our highest quarantines, but at that point in time we had yet another different set of quarantine guidelines at that early point in last school year. So that's the reason for that higher number there. So again, to give some further perspective compared to last year, so if we go on to the next slide. So this is the way the dashboard ended up last year. This is 2021. So we had 100, so the first one is second semester. The second chart there is for first semester, and then you have the cumulatives at the bottom. So last year, all of 2021, Stephen Bell had 12 positive cases and a total of 198 quarantines all of last year. Through 3.5 weeks of school, Stephenville has 27 positive cases. All of last year, BCI had 29 positive cases and 94 quarantines. This year, BCI has 20 positive cases and 168 quarantines through 3.5 weeks. The middle school had 32 last year, 215, and they have 9 this year and 34 total in quarantine. And then the high school had 75 last year, almost 500 students in quarantine. We had 25 this year so far at the high school level and 137. So the middle school and high school, they're about a third of the way there just after 3.5 weeks of school. And Stephenville is 9 away from last year, and Stephenville is already almost four times as many as last year. So again, if you think back of those slides from earlier, that kind of continues to trend from the state level and then the Greene County level of the number of positive cases. So, some might ask this year, why are we quarantining a lot of kids this year in the first 3.5 weeks? Because we have a lot of positive cases. That's why. We have a lot of positive cases through the first 3.5 weeks of the school year. So those quarantine numbers are going to be a little higher, and also, especially at the elementary level, at the high school level, elementary level through last Friday, of an optional mask, and then middle school and high school, optional masks. So, again, those are the numbers there. So how does that equate into absence rate? So typically, go on to the next slide. So typically our our attendance rate is about 95% at the end of the school year. That's about where we stand, 95.5%. And so that's an average. So at the beginning of any school year, to get to that 95% average, especially to get through the winter and so forth, you need to start fairly high to get to that 95% average. So year to date so far, we have 89.6% attendance rate. And then you see the different attendance rates year to date. So Stephenville is about 91, BCI is at 86, middle school is at 92, and the high school is at 88. If you go on to the next one, days of quarantine. So again, part of the reason why there's a lot of absences is there's quarantining going on. So almost, pushing 50% of those absences are due to quarantines. So, that is a piece of the puzzle that needs to be noted also, that's approaching 50% of those absences are due to quarantines. And then you have unexcused absences and excused absences also there. So next is a visual of that daily attendance rate. So again, this is continuation from last presentation, so just continuation. And so that's in a chart or a graphical view here. And if you go on to the next page then, the numbers that go into that graph are on the next page there. So there's the day-by-day absences throughout the first 3.5 weeks of the school year. So on August 30th, just to point out some, or start out some high points there. Obviously, the first day of school, extremely high attendance rate, but maybe not as high as you maybe think the first day of school. We think everybody is here. But we did have positive cases of summer positive cases and kids in quarantine already based on at-home exposure. So that's probably why those maybe are a little lower, and you'll see that 33% there of quarantine. That's not due to school exposure, that's due to at-home exposure or community. So just to point out some low points, on August 30th at the top of the right, BCI, their attendance rate was 75%. So, again, that's just one day where they really hit that low. They were in 79 and at September 3rd. Again, you see their number of positives and a number of quarantines, that would make sense. September 2nd, the high school was at 84% attendance. They've had a lot of 85s, 84%. They're back up to the 87% now. And then also on the 3rd of September, Stephen Bell was at about 82%, which is about their low point on this 3rd and the 7th. Again, that would mirror the, 14 cases? That mirror the, 8 cases the week prior and then the 14 cases this week. So that would mirror why those absences are there, because of positive kids, but also kids in quarantine. And then the middle school is about 88% has been their low point. Throughout the whole situation here, the middle school has had fairly low numbers. And so not quite sure why that is. At the middle school, they've had some lower numbers, whether it's something going on there or luck or what, but they've been but it kind of goes in waves, as we can tell here. First, it can kind of go in waves a little bit. So hopefully that trend continues at the middle school. Something else to point out back. I didn't point this out. Mr. Bowles, if you go back to the COVID update cases from 8:30 to 9:05, something that the board wanted me to track was the number of non-related close contacts in quarantine who became positive. So again, can you 100% say that that was from that positive case? No, but again, what it says is, so a kid who's in quarantine, how many of them became positive? And so we've had 8 total, 12 total through this school year. I'm sorry, Mr. Bowles, go one more slide to the 9th, that was the wrong one. So 12 total this school year. And at Stephen Bell and BCI, we've had a couple runs in a couple classrooms, up to 3, 4, 5 classrooms here at Stephen Bell. One especially that was hit really hard. Took out almost the whole class, and there were a couple of positives came out of that situation. But we had a lot of positive kids in those classes. And then next here, go on to the daily percentage of absences due to quarantine. Yep, so again, this is a graphical view of the daily percentages as the district. And again, you can, on the right-hand side of that, it seems like there's a trend line. Again, this is every day, not every school day. So 3 of those days are over the weekend, 9, 4, 5, and 6. So there's just kind of 2 data points, and obviously it just fills that in there. So protocols, go on to the next one here. So again, where we currently stand is K to 6 is universal masking. And so K to 6, these are guidelines put out by ODH and supported by Greene County Public Health. So at K to 6, we follow the box on the top where it says yes. So does the school have all the following in place? So at Stephen Bell and in BCI, except in the cafeteria, we follow the yes box. So it should substantially decrease the number of quarantines going on. At the middle school and high school, it comes out of that top box, and we go to the left there of no. So then those things are followed up through by our staff. And that is, that's really the time-consuming part throughout the whole situations, and we'll have principals here in a minute to share some thoughts, especially at the middle school and high school, of the amount of time spent to kind of work through that chart there. On the next page, there is a pilot program going on in Warren County. And so essentially, if a student is a close contact, under this program, under this pilot program, that student would stay in school. They would have to wear a mask, but they would stay in school. And then, again, this does not officially come out from ODH, but this is the way I understand it. They would test on day 3. If it's negative, they continue to stay at school, wear a mask. So, negative on test 5 or day 5, they would continue to be in school. If they're positive on either one of those days, obviously, they would not be able to come back to school. So I talked to a Warren County superintendent yesterday. They have not yet started this program. They have not gotten protocols from ODH yet. And so they have not started on this. So as of right now, we don't really have a timeline of when this would start. But it's supposed to start soon, so we hope soon. Yep.
Do we have any idea once that starts, have we gotten any indication from Green County Public Health or the superintendents in Warren County as to how long they think that pilot might go before ODH makes a decision? Do we have any indication at all?
I mean, the some weeks. Again, I don't want to officially quote Green County Public Health because it's not their pilot, but I would say in a small number of weeks, not months, is how long they would run that pilot program for. But again, that has not been officially put out by ODH yet, so I'm a little apprehensive in public to say exactly, because I don't know that information for sure, so I don't want to put information out there, but my understanding, they're thinking weeks, not months.
That's helpful,
Yeah.
because I know they did a pilot last year, which helped us reduce the radius
Correct.
from 6 to 3 feet in the mask, but I think that went on for the whole first semester before any changes came from it, so.
I think it went on for maybe 6 weeks.
Okay.
I think it was sometime in November, and I think in January it came to everywhere. I think somewhere in that way.
That's good, thank you.
One other item. We had talked once before, and I don't know where this stands, of being able to do a rapid antibody test like the next day if a student is exposed, and that if they have the antibody, that they would essentially exclude them from being quarantined. Have we gotten any more information about being able to include that?
I've asked Green County Public Health again, and they have not gotten back to me again.
Okay.
So I followed up with them yesterday. I will follow up with them again, because I've asked that a couple times to them. So they have a weekly phone call with ODH, and so they were supposed to talk to ODH, at least give us some guidance on that, of some, that sounds reasonable to be able to accept that.
Mhm.
I mean, so I at least would like to have their guidance on that, but I will follow up again with them.
Thank you for checking in. Thank you for following up.
And I appreciate you raising that discussion point. I'd like it if maybe we could continue that conversation a little bit while we're here. I know we touched on it a couple of weeks ago. Does the board have any further thoughts on Bellbrook-Sugarcreek adopting the proof of antibodies being treated as if somebody were vaccinated in the future? I'm just curious if there's conversation with that.
I do. I actually brought documentation. I brought copies for each of you. For anyone who's has your phone, this is the CDC website. If you Google CDC General Guidelines for COVID-19 antibody testing.
It looks like you printed out the same thing. I have the URL right here on my copy, so this is very good.
So, something I found last week, and as I understand it, these quarantine guidelines are what we need to go by. However, there are things that this flow chart does not address that we are going by, like 9-day immunity, and that isn't, this flow chart is silent on that, but we are recognizing, that's a good way to put it, COVID-19 recovered within the previous 90 days, as if it carries the same immunological weight as a vaccine, not in real life. I'm not debating that, but I'm just speaking to this flow chart.
And Green County Public Health is in support of that.
Okay,
Yep.
so I would propose, so what this, and this is CDC, and to my knowledge, I've looked everywhere on ODH, everywhere on Green County Public Health, they're silent on this topic. But CDC says, and I like how they worded it, it is very clear and very direct, and it says, unvaccinated persons who have tested antibody positive within 3 months before or immediately following an exposure to someone with suspected or confirmed COVID-19 and who have remained asymptomatic since the current exposure do not need to quarantine. Which would imply not only that if you have tested antibody positive previous 3 months, or maybe you did have COVID 6 months ago but are still testing antibody positive now, it would be a further recusal from quarantine. But it would also give parents the opportunity to, when they're notified that their child is a close contact, that they could go right up to Kroger's, pay $25, get an antibody test, and there's a chance that their child does have antibodies, and I would, for this, their child could come back to school.
Mm-hmm.
Following the flow chart, masked as if, I would assert that child would be treated the same as we're treating a vaccinated person who is a close contact, a masked student who is a close contact.
This is so illustrative to me of one of my complaints I've made public and to the parents that have emailed me over the last few weeks is that we have disjointed guidance from the experts, right? So we have the CDC, and for those of you who can't see it in the audience here, this is updated as of March 17th, 2021. And so we're sitting here, the Ohio Department of Health, Green County Public Health have done swallow of this. And the ultimate experts in the county are telling, or sorry, in the country, are telling this. And so again, that's, as a board member, as a parent, a community member here, say I'm frustrated with contradictory, incomplete guidance is a vast understatement. And why I'm supportive today for the masking of those that can't be vaccinated is because of the quarantine situation, which is out of control. And so it really bothers me that we cannot get our own state to get their act together, or our local health department to get their act together. They've got something they can hang that on, and will make a tremendous decrease, almost certainly, in the number of quarantines that we're faced with. So this is, item A for really underscoring, the failure of our state and our local government, local health authorities to give us the out that we need to keep quarantining. The public match here in public is really dangerous, right? We've got a 40-to-1 quarantine to positive ratio. So for every kid in quarantine that turns out positive, we've got 40 that are. And we've received numerous emails from parents that their child has been quarantined more than once already this year. And that is disastrous. And it frankly infuriates me that this is happening. Again, I want to thank you for looking this up. No spirits for you. This is awesome. You did the work that our state's not doing, the county's not doing, to tell us that the world experts on disease, epidemiology, in March said this was criteria. So what bothers me is that we cherry pick, the quarantine criteria. For example, in the flow chart we're following, there's nothing on there about 6 feet inside of for 15 minutes. It's not there. So it's somewhere else. You gotta go look. And you'll be told you go off the CDC's website, that's where it's at. Okay, great. So we're looking for the CDC website for 6 feet for 15 minutes, but we're not looking at the CDC website. We're using, these antibodies as a get out of jail free card for people that are forced to quarantine. So that's why I wanted Green County Public Health out here, that we could ask them hard questions respectfully and nicely, and we're not going to attack them or whatever. God bless them to get them out here. But they need to hear from the community that these types of disconnects are unacceptable, and they're having near catastrophic impacts for our district and our students, and they need to get their act together. We can say it nicely. So I would like to rethink, once again, getting them out here the first time. And let's just ask them some questions and people can hear. And I'd be very interested to see what their answer to that question would be.
No, I appreciate the conversation. I remain greatly concerned, and I think, I won't speak for everybody, but I think all of us do, remain greatly concerned with the number of healthy students that are being deprived of their education due to ODH's and Greene County Public Health quarantine protocols. I did do a little public math, so sorry, I a little bit. So we've had 404 quarantines to date. 12 of those have turned out to be positive. That's less than 3%. That's less than 3%. I would think that if 97% or 98% of all the quarantines were turning positive, that would really raise some alarm bells. We would obviously be way out of balance. What is the balance? I don't know. I don't know what the threshold should be. But 97 to 98% turning positive would probably be unacceptable. I would like to propose that 2.9% is also just way out of balance and is also unacceptable. So anything we can do to push forward and think outside the box to try to keep these healthy kids in school, I think is worthy of our time.
I guess, and to that point, I brought another gift. This is a similar flow chart to what Greene County Public Health and ODH are sharing. This is what the base is using. So I'm not sharing this to advocate that we use this. There was just simply something that was stated here a little more clearly that I think another issue we're having regarding quarantines is our building administrators are getting, and our nurses, our staff across the board are getting covered with questions because quarantine guideline, like the flow chart where it tries to make things clear is silent on things. And so, I'll pass this out. RICAT did at least include in their flow chart, which is very similar to what schools are going by. This is for office type exposures, if you sat next to someone at work. But in their left side of that flow chart, which is similar to ours, it says vaccinated / COVID-19 recover within 90 days. And then I would propose if we adopt something similar to what CDC has here, it would be another / antibody positive within 90 days prior or immediately following exposure. Just to put a slight tweak on that flow chart that makes it more obvious to parents, and to families, and to our staff that's trying to track all of this, where that lies. And I think that's an appropriate place for those categories to all, right now, I think we're treating them the same. Vaccinated, previous COVID recovered, COVID-19 recovered, I like how they put that, and then antibody positive, just to be clear.
Again, so I can circle back to Greene County Public Health, and if they are good with the antibody testing, we can definitely put that right along with the 90-day immunity, and on the flow chart, they would just be where the vaccinated folks are.
Just to be clear, is that like waiting for a next meeting, or can we empower you that if they support that can go into effect?
I am fine with that. If they're good with this, then we can move forward on that. Because again, the 90-day immunity, that's a public health approval. So we're good with that. They're going to approve it. I'm okay with accepting it and moving forward.
Appreciate that. Thank you.
Yeah,
Absolutely. Thank you.
Moving on to the next slide here, and Mrs. Dorn talked about a little bit here. So that's why it was so refreshing to hear from the specials teachers here at Stephen Bell, because to be quite honest with you, a lot of us really have COVID has taken over our lives here at school rather than learning. And then learning is where it needs to be. So we're trying to get that focus back on learning. And so again, it becomes increasingly challenged to manage. It's very time intensive, especially at the middle school and high school level where they have to work through that flow chart for every student. So you see, and again, I mentioned this at the last meeting, but you see, the high school had, through from the first day of school through September 9th, 137 quarantines. They probably had, I'm guessing here, probably 400 close contacts with that. So they would have to look at 400 close contacts and work their way through that flow chart to finally get to 137 quarantining at home and not a modified quarantine where they're coming back to school with a mask on. Then teachers have to do their best to pay attention to who has a mask on, who does not have a mask on. And again, it just becomes increasingly challenged to manage, and I'll let the principals talk here in a minute. But as I mentioned last time, they're spending up to 8 hours for each positive case, working through those scenarios, calling parents, answering questions, and so forth. So it's extremely time intensive on the principals and on the nurses and the staff, because as they try to work with students that's quarantining at home and want to do what's best for them, but also then focusing on the students in front of them. So it's been 3.5 weeks of school, and it feels like 6 months of school. It really does, of trying to manage all of that. By now, we're usually in a groove and in a routine and ready to go. Stephen Bell and BCI had lunch changes last week. Again, we have limited capacity, limited staff, limited space. We are doing our best to drastically reduce and or eliminate any type of quarantining going on at any of our lunches at the middle school, high school, Stephen Bell, and BCI. So again, Stephen Bell and BCI, again, with the changes that happened this week, for example, there was a middle school case where since they're masked, a positive, there was only one quarantine, and that's because there was a student near them at lunch.
Because I don't want to let thread a bit here. Correct me where I'm wrong with this. Why would we have ever a lunchtime quarantine? What's the protocol that would drive that? Especially this way. It's Stephen Bell and BCI. Why would we ever have a quarantine at all in those schools?
Well, we expanded to 6 lunches, so kids are eating from
that. Sorry, I started off the question wrong, so let me correct myself here. It's Stephen Bell and BCI with the mask mandate in place. Why would we ever have a quarantine of a child at all unless they are actually infected? What would possibly trigger that?
Well, because the quarantine is if a student does not have a mask on, that's when the quarantines are 15 minutes or longer without a mask on.
Okay. And when does that happen, and where does that happen only? It's Stephen Bell and BCI. Where's the only place it happens?
Vast majority of the time it would be at lunch.
Okay. So the guidance we have from CDC, which again is not on our flow chart, but it's one we're told that we adhere to, is inside of 6 feet for greater than 15 minutes. So, am I correct in that the protocols we're following inside of 6 feet for 15 minutes?
And that's cumulative 15 minutes though, right? It's not
Okay.
Cumulative.
But the only time it's going to accumulate is during lunchtime because the kids are wearing masks.
Sure, it's inside.
So, I cannot understand why we cannot, these kids have about a 25-minute lunch break, and they got to pick up their food, they got to take their food to the trash, or their waste to the trash can, they got to eat. How in the world can we not envision a way that these children have their mask down for no more than 15 minutes? Okay, kids have a seat, bell rings, okay, you have 14 minutes to eat. And then, ding, mask go back on, and we will have 0 quarantines at Stephen Bell and BCI if we were to do that.
Well, it sounds simple, but when you have 6-year-olds, 8-year-olds, 9-year-olds, they don't always follow the rules of you gotta keep your mask on, put it on here, put it on then.
I don't know, if you get a bell ringing, kids line up, and, you know, I mean, they respond to those kind of things, you know, that's my experience with kids. And the alternative is we just heard 8 hours that the school is gonna spend per child trying to figure out who's being quarantined. So.
Without a mask mandate,
Yes,
correct?
but even with a mask mandate
No,
at lunch.
no, without a mask mandate, with a mask mandate, you wouldn't really look to the classroom, because if you follow that flow chart, it's essentially within everybody's masked up. So the only place you're looking for quarantines would be in the cafeteria.
Exactly.
And again, Stephenville and BCI are working extremely hard, diligent, to be able to get that number as close to 0 as possible. But you can't watch every single kid every single second to see what they are doing. And so we are doing our best to limit that as much possible. We don't have enough space to put everybody. Lunches are starting as early as 10:30 and going until 1 at BCI, because we're spreading out kids as much as possible. We are relying on volunteers at this point for supervision. We have posted those positions to help out supervision. But we only have so many staff members, so many teachers, so many people to supervise, that I wouldn't want to sit up here and say there will be 0 quarantines at Stephenville and BCI at lunch, because I couldn't guarantee that. We will do our best effort to make it as close to 0 as possible, but there may be circumstances where that doesn't happen. But I know Mrs. Keaton and Mr. Phelps are working extremely hard to try to limit those as much as possible.
My point is, it's not that there may be circumstances, there are circumstances, because the kids are not told to keep their mask on or off for no more than 15 minutes. So if we had an infinite number of staff, which we don't, but if we did, and we could make sure, the issue is we don't have a rule in place or even a suggestion in place. It says, kids, don't have your mask off for any more than.
No, they're working hard to be able to do that. That if they're in line, you keep your mask on. If you're done eating, put your mask back on. But again, does a 9-year-old listen to every single thing the adult in the room is saying? Maybe not. Maybe
I'll be really blunt. I see 0 reason from this point forward for there to be any quarantines at Stephenville and BCI. That's my firm opinion on that, because we were given an out. It's either 6 feet, inside of 6 feet, greater than 15 minutes. Some kids gobble it down in 3 minutes. If they just knew it was time to get the mask back on, and I don't care how we figure that out, whether it's bell for this, but, you know, blow the whistle for mask down, blow the whistle twice for mask back up. But we can essentially eliminate, no, not essentially, we can eliminate quarantines 100% in BCI and Stephenville if we do this. And so I'm not going to be happy, frankly, as a board member, if I continue to see any quarantines coming out of Stephenville and BCI, because we have a way to avoid that.
Kevin, I think there's a point where we have to be reasonable and trust that these people who are running our buildings really do want. That isn't really necessary, because I 100% understand where you're coming from, and we're all sitting here trying to be creative. And I've thrown out ideas of kids eating outside, and kids leaving as soon as they're done eating and going out. We're all there, and so.
And again, the principals, as they talk in a few minutes, they can talk about some of the, I want to say 15, 20 hours that they have put in of trying to shift around lunch changes, and they can discuss some of the things that they've done. Again, I guess I'm splitting hairs here. If you're asking me, there will be 0 quarantines at Stephenville and BCI at lunch, I can't guarantee that. Will they work extremely hard and do everything they possibly can to get 0, as close to 0 as possible? Yes.
I saw a newsletter that went out that said, if a student is positive at a table, 3 other students are going to be quarantining with them. And just a flat out statement, because they're sitting there, they're assumed to be there without a mask for greater than 15 minutes. So whether that statement was.
When was that statement made?
Last week.
Okay, well, again, they continue to tweak
Based
and
on the new
refine, right, but they continue to tweak and refine what's going on in those lunchrooms. Again, when we talk to the principals here in a minute, they can speak to some of those things that they're doing in the lunch periods to try to do their best in the lunch arena.
And I think it needs to be said that, okay, so if you look at the data that we all looked at earlier, last week, full week, optional, other than Friday, but optional, masks optional in those schools. We were seeing Stephen Bell had 13 positives for 41 or 47 quarantines. PCA had 16 positives that resulted in 164 quarantines. Or sorry, I'm looking at cumulatives. But cumulative is even better, actually. So Stephen Bell was looking at for every kid quarantined up until last week. For every student positive, roughly 4 quarantined 4 others. BCI was looking at for every student positive, it's taking out 10 kids to quarantine. This last week, just again, not this week up until now, 4 days isn't a great deal of data, but when we see that we had 14 positives in our school, but only 17 kids had to quarantine as a result of 14 positives, that's significant, right? And it doesn't mean that we can't do better or additional tweaks can't be made or we can't get more creative, and we definitely want to see that the positive number, which is the real number that matters, go down. But when we're talking about ratios of 4 to 1 or 10 to 1 that are being brought down to, we had 4 positives and 4 students quarantined, 1 to 1, I mean, that's significant in a matter of.
Sure, it's a huge improvement.
And I'm certain that our administrators are looking to further improve that, but that shouldn't go unnoticed.
And I also hope it just doesn't go unnoticed. Another part of this conversation, I've said it before, I think at every meeting, and I'll say it again, I'm just extremely frustrated that most of the conversations we have, rather than being around the overall well-being of our students and our children, is how can we get around these games? How can we play the game to get these numbers down?
Indeed.
I know we're going to hear from some administrators here in a second. I mean, so we're going to hear, but I can't even imagine the amount of extra work and time and sweat and tears that goes into all of this. I mean, our educators have a calling and a devotion to serve their community, to serve children, and you have all of this now. I can't even imagine. I'm just thinking from like a quality of life aspect, like what you described, like I get it. I want to come up with outside the box solutions too, but a couple whistle blows, that sounds like a boot camp mess hall. Who wants to work in that? And then who wants to go to school in that? What's the quality of life for our children? I want us to continue having conversations because I know that there's not any easy answers. There's not right now. There's not an easy button we can push, but I do want us to be mindful regularly about the quality of life here inside of our schools and looking at the overall well-being of our children.
Okay, shall we go on to staffing challenges?
Yeah, thank you. So, beginning of the year, we've had really a lack of subs in all different areas, that's certified and classified, and our staff attendance has been extremely good. However, there is just a lack of subs, I think more so than last year, which I don't know if it could have gotten worse than last year, the number of subs, but a lack of subs, which I don't even want to think like this, but there may be a day where we have, you could have 20 people out and fill all those spots, or you could have only 10 people out and nobody filling those spots. So it doesn't always correlate to the number of people you have. However, there's been extremely shortage of subs in all of our particular areas. And again, as that happens, our teachers and other staff then pick up the slack on top of that. So that adds to the workload that they were already feeling of they have to, during their plan period, have to pick up a class and have to sub for somebody else. So that is, again, sometimes it happens in May, typically, a little bit, April maybe, but it's happening the first couple weeks of school. So that's a huge concern of ours. Just also an FYI, continue to bring this up in Greene County. We're the only K-12 school district in Greene County without a K-12 mask mandate. Again, as we're trying to look at things, are we looking at things at a reactive approach or a proactive approach? Again, that can mean a variety of things. I understand that. And also, as I said at the beginning, we want kids to be in school in person. But as we've seen with some other school districts have had to go virtual at some point just because of the number of quarantines going on. So again, it's not just our county that is doing that either. Those are things that are going on in other counties also, Montgomery, Warren, just right around us. All right, principals, we want to just take a few minutes here. Who wants to go first of just maybe a day in the life of the principalship during COVID times, or trying to manage the situation, or some, if you want to come up to the speaker just so we can hear Mrs. Hill, our assistant principal at the middle school.
Good evening. My name is Jenna Hill. I'm the assistant principal at the middle school. I'm here speaking on behalf of Mr. Eckley and myself, so this is kind of what we have prepared to present as he could not be here tonight. Dr. Kozak asked us to kind of prepare and talk to you about sort of a day in the life, and I will say I had drafted and sent Dr. Kozak an email that he kind of walked you guys through 2 weeks ago, or a couple weeks ago, so I don't want to repeat myself, but I do just want to give you kind of a snapshot into what we kind of go through. So I'm the middle school assistant principal, so we do have 1 grade masked. We do have our 6th graders masked. And I completely understand the reasoning behind that, why we face 6th grade. Speaking, again, like I said, from Mr. Eckley and my point of view, it has been extremely challenging to only have a third of my building masked. And I think if you asked parents whether they are pro-mask or anti-mask, it is hard to explain why only a third is masked. And again, I understand 100% the vaccine and the age and that type of thing, but it is hard to explain why a parent has maybe a 6th grader and a 7th grader in the same building crossing paths, and one has to wear a mask and one doesn't. So that's just something I would like to present that is a unique challenge to my building only because of the age limit, and just kind of something to think about. So what I wrote up for you is a look at what quarantining was like before the mask mandate and what it was like after. And I just want to be very clear. Mr. Kinsey kind of nailed it on the head. I went into education because I love kids. I love teaching. I taught social studies for 9 years and went into administration because I love kids and I want kids in school. That is where they should be. That's why we have laws to have them in school. So when we have these mass quarantines, as everyone has said, it is really, really hard on the kids. So if you ask me today, am I pro or anti-mask, I'm not going to tell you that answer, but I'm going to say I'm pro kids being in school. And so if that is because of masks, then I do support kids masking, as does Mr. Eckley. Again, I want to emphasize he and I are both present and speaking to this. So it is really hard on kids to not be in school when they are quarantined. I know that we have zero control over who gets quarantined and when, but we're just simply looking at solutions of how do we keep kids in school, because that's what we're all here for, is kids in school. I'm repeating myself now. But so when we had a quarantine case in the 6th grade before the mask, it took us about 8 hours to complete the process. And that was the first week of school. That is with 6 people, myself, my nurse, my 2 administrative assistants, and my 2 counselors. That was the first week of school. We all had the time and ability to do that. As you can imagine, 4 weeks in, we don't have that manpower. So you're looking at 6 people, it took us 6 to 8 hours to complete it. You start with a positive case, you pull all of the seating charts, which teachers have shared with us and we have on file. You have to check the lunchroom, you have to check bus, and then you create your list. And then from there, you make phone calls. I realize we can do that with an email. That is something we have been working on streamlining. I would say that's not the Bellbrook way because we're personal people. We want to touch base with each parent. We want to answer questions when we can. That does take time. And that is something specifically my nurse mentioned. She wants to talk to parents. She wants to talk them through this. So just simply sending an email is very challenging. Then you determine, again, pre-mask mandate, who was masked, possibly even in 6th grade, who has a vaccine. And then you create a whole nother list. And then for all of those people, you have to create their return date based on time of exposure, based on are they doing the modified quarantine where they're going to go get their student tested, or are they going to do the full quarantine? So as you can imagine with every parent, so in our first case, for example, we had to make over 40 calls, and as a result, 31 of those students were quarantined. This week, we had a positive case for a 6th grader. It took the nurse 9-10 minutes to determine who they sat by at lunch. And again, I will say, Mr. Price, I know you said that you read it'll most likely be about 3 kids. That wasn't my newsletter, but that is the same case for us. And we have been spending as much time as possible brainstorming ways to determine that. It was, before we made some changes with your prompting and support, it was going to probably be 6 to 7 kids that were quarantined. We have now got it down to 3. We're still really trying to work and brainstorm. We've added 19 tables. We have changed our layout, changed basically everything we can at this point with lunch. So we are still working on it, but we do think that's a big improvement to cut it in half, at least if we would be quarantined. So this was a little bit of a unique situation where it was just one student that was exposed at lunch that was quarantined. So again, I don't want to stand up here pro-mask or anti-mask. I'm pro-kids being in school. We're trying to do everything we can to keep kids in school. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
I'm sorry, I wanted to ask you. This is just my lack of knowledge of the inner workings of the middle school. Do you have mixed classes of 11 and 12-year-olds?
It is rare, but we do, yes. We have a couple, so my teachers that had it, it's primarily math classes. Just
my kids are
the
advanced
different
math or
levels.
whatever.
Yes,
Okay.
exactly. So we don't have many, we do have a couple, so my teachers, because we didn't want to obviously mandate those 7th graders in with 6th graders wear masks. We did not feel we could do that. So they redid their seating charts and kind of have 2 groups now in their classes. And the big issue too is, and I realize that, they're not within the 6 feet for 15 minutes, but they do pass in the hallways. We have our 6th grade hallway, 7th grade hallway, and 8th grade hallway, but all of our specials are down the central hallway. So they are crossing. And so again, that's just where I know the parent question has been, my 7th grader doesn't wear a mask, but my 6th grader does, and just trying to figure that out. And again, I understand because of the vaccine age and that, so it makes sense scientifically, but it's hard watching those kids. And it's challenging for me and my teachers, especially 3 weeks in when we're still trying to get to know our 6th graders. Hey, are you a 6th grader? Are you supposed to be in a mask? Wait a minute. So that part is just doable, and we're working as hard as we can, but those are some of the challenges we're currently.
Your biggest challenge, you really kind of characterized, though, if I understood it correctly, it's just trying to explain and trying to, just like parents are like, what's up? And then it's not so much the logistics of the children themselves, because you just have very few that are mixed.
Correct.
You got a couple kids that are math wizards, so you put them in 7th grade math.
Correct.
Thank you very much.
Before you go, like Dr. Koza said before, middle school has fared better than the other buildings, just in general. Do you have any idea? I'm in my head, that might be because it's the newest building and your classrooms are larger, or your class size is small. Like, any idea?
Like,
I wish I could tell you that Directly and I are just magical and we figured it out. I wish I could tell you, I'm not sure what it is. I think we're lucky. I wish I had a magical answer, but I don't, sorry.
I presume part of it is to the building layout.
It could be, yes, and
You have
that's
more
an
opportunity to.
We do
spread
have
out.
large classes, like right now, our 6th grade and 8th grade, they're averaging close to 26, 27 a student in the class, so we do have the large class sizes, so I can't say that that's what it is, unfortunately. Thank you.
And I have a comment, but not a question, so you don't have to come back, so thank you. And that is, one of the correspondences I got was, my daughter is asking me why are we discriminating against my sixth grader? And, and like you, my response was, our goal is to get kids to be able to be in school, and I will say, I'm not crazy about math. I think that it's a marginal success rate based on a variety of other information. I know that not all the experts agree there. They're all over the board as well. But if we have to play the game, so to speak, to get students in school and be there, then maybe that's what we have to do. So just a comment, and thank you so much.
Principals who wants to go next? Mr. Phelps?
Good evening. I appreciate the opportunity to share these perspectives, and I especially appreciate those of you who have entered into dialogue about this and have had an opportunity to visit the building. I would echo what Mrs. Hill is saying. I entered education mostly because what education did for me, and the doors that it opened and the pathways that it changed the trajectory of my life because of good teachers. And that's ultimately what took me out of the business world and into education some years ago, because to me that seemed like the only way to really give those teachers the things that they deserve for the things they did for me. So while I am not entirely new to administration, I'm definitely new to the elementary school level and new into this position. I have kind of stolen the term from a colleague of mine in a former district as the lead learner of the building, because education is a practice. It's never perfect. It's a lot like medicine is a practice. We're always learning and improving, and we're never the best that we can be. There's always room for that improvement. So I've called myself the lead learner because I'm learning a lot from the teachers, and boy, am I learning from those younger kids. But one thing that I have learned through all of this, and as much as I would love to be doing what I was doing the first couple of days of school, where I was in every single one of our learning spaces and I was interacting with teachers and students, I'm spending a lot more time on these sorts of things. But I do realize one thing that I have that maybe my colleagues don't have, and that is I actually have been a teacher who taught during a pandemic. And it was easily the most difficult year of 15 years in education for a myriad of reasons. And I thought that nothing could really be worse. And I'm kind of feeling like this is starting to be worse for a variety of reasons. And I will speak to that. I hope that the community, especially my BCI family, has been able to recognize that I'm a very solution-oriented person. I don't like to admire problems for very long. It takes a lot to rattle my cage. I try to approach things, looking for ways to fix the issue with the goal of what is best for all students and their teachers. Obviously, that is evidentiary in the traffic flow problem. That was where I spent my first week as a civil engineer and traffic cop, and then I immediately sprung right on into public health expert, which neither are really fun, and they are heavy lifts. But through those processes, we have been able to reflect, I've been able to collaborate, especially with Mrs. Keaton. She's been a great help to me, and we've been able to pivot and institute changes where we could, given the variables that we have to work with. I will tell you, having been an assistant principal in 6th through 12, grade 6 through 12 in Massey local schools. I was responsible for master scheduling in both of those buildings. That is, matching teachers with licensures and getting kids where they need to be. I can tell you that the schedule at Bell Creek is far more complex. There are so many layers to getting the schedule to work in terms of minutes to ensure that students are safe first and foremost, and accessing education at their appropriate levels and getting their needs met, if that means special services or gifted services, and the list goes on, speech, occupational therapy, and I could go on. We did make this very quick pivot as best that we could. One of our biggest things that we have against us is we don't have enough time. There's not enough time to meet with the staff, to get that input, to get more eyes on the schedule. I know Mrs. Keaton had the same thing. We're rebuilding our master schedule essentially to plug in twice the number of lunch times. Those are very tough variables because it's not like a secondary schedule where those periods are just puzzle pieces that we can move around. And I don't mean to minimize a secondary schedule because it's complex in its own right. But when we move those lunch periods, that means individual classroom teachers and teams of teachers have to sit down and they have to spend time then looking around the rest of the day. That's not lunch, that's not recess, that's not their special time where they take their contracted planning period, and they have to readjust where their content is going to be delivered. And that takes time to figure that out and to make sure that we are doing what's best for kids, also education. The needs that we have in our building are much higher than what it would look like on paper, what paper would suggest. I think that we are in a unique situation in the intermediate grades. We have third graders who have now suffered the trauma of the pandemic. 8-year-olds is what we're talking about here, folks. A year and a half of all of this, all of these things that are tough that I'm telling you as almost a 40-year-old man, it was the toughest year of my career. Imagine that as an 8-year-old. And so they're presenting and manifesting all sorts of different needs on that hierarchy of needs that we are trying to meet with not enough staff to do it. That leads into really what are we trying to do here? The educational mission of the school district is to first and foremost educate our kids. We have to keep them safe to do that. Safety means physical safety, medical safety, emotional safety, social safety. We're trying to do all of those things at the same time when we have a physical space problem. Bell Creek was built in a different era. It was a high school. It's been retrofitted with modern day appointments for technology purposes and things like that. But the bottom line is the physical space is the physical space. The Ohio School Facilities Commission in today's world would have much larger physical spaces and specifications. We have the space that we have. Our classes are very full. Our average class size at the present time is 26.7, but that does not account for specialized subgroups such as gifted, where some of our class sizes have 32, because we are trying to service all children to the best of our ability. As we look at those inner workings, and I appreciate the goal to let's have lunch less than 15 minutes. I would love to be able to do that. Once you get in there, and I am not someone who has taught below the 6th grade, I've taught 6 through 12, but you quickly realize that it's not as simple to move kids about a building. There has to be lining up. There is specific procedures that the teachers expect. All of that takes time. There are minutes involved in all of that. We are certainly encouraging kids to keep their masks on when they're in a line, to only remove a mask to eat their food, to replace the mask when they can. The movement that we've done, we've removed half of our furniture in our cafeteria. This assures for a 6 feet radius when we can drop the cord that Mrs. Malice, our school nurse, uses. She's been working around the clock, by the way. I can't give enough credit to her for everything that she's done because she's helping me balance new duties. And you do the circle, we were taking out upwards of 15 kids when we had all of the grade level in there at a time and all of that furniture. Now it is isolated to just the one table of kids, if that is the case. We would like to bring that to 0. This is where we are. These are the constraints that we're working against. We do not have the staff. I know it seems easy. Why can't the teacher just be there with their class? Teachers are afforded a contractual 30-minute lunch. They can't be there. They have to go take their lunch. We need supervision on the playground. It's not developmentally appropriate to just send kids out the door into a playground that's understaffed. There are statistics, I believe they were spoken about at a recent board meeting, of the number of playground injuries in the United States. There are developmental appropriate things, and there are other risks that we have to mitigate. At this point, we are doing everything we can. We have parent volunteers. That's a collaboration from Mrs. Keaton. That was her great idea to be able to do that. And boy, do we thank our parents for showing up and showing out, and they're there and they're giving their time. And they're helping kids open catch-up packets and all sorts of things that, again, developmentally appropriate, they need the help with that. I'm in there as much as I can be. I can't be everywhere at once. There are different needs that crop up, but we are, honest, my word as a gentleman, we are doing everything that we can to mitigate this health risk, up to and including now at this point. I am looking at security footage, and I have one very shoddy camera in one corner of that cafeteria, and I'm doing everything I can to try to monitor student mask wearing if I can see it, and watch the minutes and make sure that it's less than 15 to avoid quarantining. But if I can't prove it, and it's not, it is what it is. We have to follow these protocols. This is where we are at this current time, and we are trying to get back to educating kids as much as possible. I want that more than anybody.
Thank you, sir.
I think that's all I have.
Thank you.
Before you go, could you speak to, and I'll probably ask the same of you, Ms. Keaton, differences in climate, environment, stress load between this week, post a mask mandate in your building, and prior, the good and the bad? Because I assume as a teacher, it is more difficult to deliver instruction wearing a mask. I think that we can probably agree that it's more difficult for me to receive instruction or hear people talk wearing a mask. That's always been one of my kind of key tenets. I really want to get these masks on these kids. That said, there's a flip side to that I'm hearing from the administrators so far, and I talked to Mr. Khan earlier, that the procedure involved in tracking and implementing all of this is also making for inefficient education. So can you speak a little bit to the differences this week versus last week? And are you able to more effectively deliver education now, less?
I would say the same thing that I told a parent yesterday. We are following these data points. We are watching, just like with the traffic situation, I was watching the minutes on exit every day and trying to close that gap more and more and more. We're doing the same thing with this. I don't think that we're going to see the data move enough to make a determination in a week. I think it's going to be more like a 14-day period, and I mean calendar days, not necessarily school days, just based on what we know about incubation period and the presence of presenting of symptoms, perhaps. I can tell you that since the maybe third or fourth day of school, obviously the BCI cropped up as the hotbed initially for the virus in the district, and so from that point forward, education has been basically tertiary on my list, which, I felt called to this position. That's why I applied for it. I felt like that this was a time for instructional leadership, and that was something that was really needed. We have built in other things to mitigate that hierarchy of needs stuff. We're doing morning meeting now. We're focused on SEL stuff. I hope to be able to speak about that at a future board meeting that maybe we can host at Bell Creek. But this week, I can't say that it's less stressful than it was a week ago, because it's now trying to watch, the seeds that we're selling. And I will say, is there a contingency plan? Have we started brainstorming what if we don't see an improvement in the data? We have. It's not pretty, because again, I feel like we have already exploited all the resources that we have. So I don't even want to speak about it publicly tonight, but I have certainly tossed around some ideas with Dr. Kozak. What do we do next if this doesn't work? I will tell you that from day one in the building, when masking was optional on day one, I was in every single classroom, and I would say almost 100% of the teachers and staff were wearing masks, and that was out of just who they are as people. They love these kids, and they want what's best for these kids, and when masking was optional, the teachers just couldn't bring themselves to think what it must be like to be a kid whose parents are requiring them to wear a mask versus a kid who's not, and they wanted to be able to make sure that those kids who are doing something that maybe is perceived as different would be mirrored back to them by the adults in the room. And that has continued full force this entire time. And now that masking is a universal mandate for us. And yeah, it's not fun. Last year as a teacher, I had an afternoon planning period. So from the time students started to arrive in my classroom at 8:15 or so in the morning, I was wearing a mask until roughly 12:46, I think was about the time I had planned. That's a long time, and especially as a language teacher and an English language arts teacher, I mean, I was talking a lot. And it's not easy to breathe your own air and your own funk for that time, for lack of a better word. So we realize it all comes at a cost, and we're trying to balance all of these things. And it is one thing that is constant, no matter what, is the steadfast care for children. I have full confidence in our staff that the children are always coming first. I've seen that in spades since my first day on the job. We're doing the best we can. Thank you.
Thanks.
Mrs. Keaton or Mr. Ham? Where's Mr. Ham? Mrs. Keaton? Back there.
Well, thank you, Mr. Phelps. I'm not really sure what more I can add from that. Basically, would like to share the lens from a child's point of view. When you're thinking of a 5 to an 8-year-old, our children last year were incredibly resilient. And so they didn't have a choice. When they began last year, they had to wear the mask. They did that with a lot of courage. This year, we had to begin on August 18th with our first and second graders and explain to them why Mrs. Keaton would wear a mask at times and why Mrs. Keaton did not. Because our school motto is, it's your choice, make it a good one. And then last week I had to explain to them why it was now a rule. That was really hard for 5 to 8-year-olds to understand that the rule changed. And so because we have such devoted Stephen Bell employees, they helped the 5 to 8-year-olds understand that the rules changed. And because our parents do have a right to make a choice for their children, we had parents withdraw their children. And I respect the parents' choice. I respect your choice. And like Jenna Hill spoke a few minutes ago, I am pro-children. I am not pro-mask. I'm not pro-vaccination. I want people to make their own choice. But I have been in this district for 29 years. My husband and I have raised both of our children in this district. I'd like to say that I bleed purple and gold. My grandchildren live in this community. I would love for them to be here at Stephen Bell. My granddaughter is not at Stephen Bell. She goes to her mom's school in Beaver Creek because of the turmoil that has happened in our community. The levies, the parents not getting along. It's been very difficult. I don't want the mask situation to be one more thing that divides our community. I'm very blessed that our staff has been amazing. Our panorama survey last year did prove that our school climate is still very strong. It did prove that. And we're working together to make sure that our students are going to be well taken care of. And so whatever you decide, we will respect. Mr. Phelps went through what a day is like for the staff. I want to talk about not only the students, but also the teachers. The teachers have done an amazing job making sure that we're focused on their education. Yes, they're reminding the students to properly wear their masks. When you're talking about 5 to 8-year-olds, the masks are down here, the masks are down below their chin. We're reminding them in a kind, loving way. But it's not the end-all be-all. We have to make sure that they are children. We have to make sure that we're not micromanaging their entire life based on this. They're only in first grade one time. We want them to have happy memories of their life in first grade. And I appreciate what Mr. Kinsey said, that we can't micromanage everything. I don't want to eat lunch by a bell. I don't think you want to eat lunch by a bell. But we are encouraging the students to get in line with their mask. And I want you to know, Mr. Price, that they do go to the cafeteria for 20 minutes. Some students are really slow little eaters. And if anybody could figure out how to teach 5 to 8-year-olds how to open up a ketchup packet and a milk carton, you could be a millionaire because they can't figure it out. But we don't have enough volunteers. Please, 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 we need more volunteers. Mr. Phelps is asking for volunteers like we are. Our PTO representative for Stephen Bell, a shout out to Kate Hoffman. She put a sign-up genius together. I can tell you the first time in my 29-year career, we had 2 people volunteer. 2. That was a shock. And then we put it back out, and then we had, I think, 6 people volunteer. I don't know if parents are just gun shy to come in because of those numbers that you showed tonight. I mean, last year we only had 12 students the whole year positive. We surpassed that within, the first week or 2 of school. So we are seeing numbers of students at Stephen Bell positive more than we've ever seen. This Delta variant is completely different than what we are experiencing. So the fact that we're going to have more kids in quarantine is because we have more kids that are positive. A shout out to Mrs. Guest. It's not okay when I have a registered school nurse leave on a Friday in tears. And it's not because she doesn't know how to do her job. She's amazing. It's because she and I are working 12 hours around the clock. My family could testify to that. We are so afraid that we're going to miss a phone call, miss an email. We want that personal approach like every principal is doing. We are treating our parents as if they were our family members. And that's what we do in Bellbrook. That is the Bellbrook way. And we want to make sure that our families know how much we care about them. And that takes time. And to do that, we have to make sure that our teachers know that we have their back too. When a teacher comes to us and says, Mrs. Keaton, I have 3 kids left in my room. How am I supposed to teach? And what am I supposed to do about the other 23 children that are either in quarantine or I now have 13 of them that are positive? And then we're waiting for the phone call from the Greene County Public Health. It's a lot of moving target pieces because we're not making all the final decisions. We have to hear back from the Greene County Public Health Department. So when Jenna Hill referred all of the information taking 6 to 8 hours, yes, they have a lot of teachers that they have to go to, while I may have just one second grade teacher, but then I have all my special teachers and I have the cafeteria, but then we're also at the mercy of making sure that we're getting the best information from the Greene County Public Health Department. And then having to relay that to the parents, and then having to make sure we have all that personal contact information. So when you make those decisions, please keep in mind that with all those numbers that you're looking at, there's faces behind those numbers. There's little children behind those numbers. There's teachers behind those numbers. There's principals behind those numbers. And more than anything, we have 4 nurses that we cannot afford for them to get sick. And so I just really want to encourage all of you to take good care of yourselves. We need our superintendent to be healthy. I know he wasn't feeling well when he came here tonight. I know he needs to make sure he's drinking a lot of water. And so I know you have a tough job, and I really do respect the work that our school board has to do. But if I could encourage you to do anything, is to make sure that you continue to listen to the administrators who are doing the work in the trenches. I appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Mr. Hand, our high school principal.
Good evening.
Evening.
Everyone said most of what's left to say, but we go into administration, we go to be on the school board to make those tough decisions. And this is obviously a no-win situation for anybody. We're not going to make anybody happy. Definitely not make everybody happy. But what it comes down to is it doesn't matter what your political philosophy is or what you think about masks or vaccinations or whatever. What we know is this. The reality is this. If we want to lessen the number of quarantines for kids under our current situation, we can do a couple things. Parents can vaccinate their students. They can wear masks or both. And that's pretty much it. That's cut and dry. Otherwise, your odds of getting quarantined at VHS right now with the numbers of kids and the numbers of positives are pretty high. We have had kids exposed multiple times. We have kids who have been quarantined multiple times. And the reality is, I mean, that's where we're at. There's not a ton we can do. And you guys are all teenagers once. If a teenager, a high school student sees that we're not going to make the first step, which is having masks, easiest step to avoid quarantines, they're not going to take much else very seriously. To them, it's 2019. It's a battle. Many of our kids do take it seriously, but many do not. Many kids are, wear their mask correctly, but just like the little kids, 8, 9-year-olds and 10-year-olds are the same as 18-year-olds and 13-year-olds. We're here, we're over here, and it's impossible to police, especially without a mandate. Even kids, for us, we have the possibility, just like the middle school, for a modified quarantine, where kids can stay in school with a mask on. But that is a tracking nightmare. There are 850 kids, let's say, in the high school on a daily basis, and there may be 80 to 100 of them who are supposed to wear a mask, but that list changes daily and hourly. Who's wearing a mask? Who's not wearing a mask? Who's mandated to wear a mask? Who's wearing a mask by themselves, voluntarily? Our staff can't keep track of it. Administration can't keep track of it. At some point, you have to rely on the kids themselves, the families that do the right thing and do what they're supposed to do. But, people are humans, and that doesn't always happen. I can tell you this morning, I received a text. First of all, school starts at 8:20. I had a text at 6:50. We already had a positive, so I went to school, got there about 7, which I usually do, and started contact tracing. Nurse Valley worked on that the rest of the day. I can tell you the first 2 weeks of school on Friday night, got 2 home football games. I'm out with the student section, and at 9:30, she's still at the high school. And that's tracing, that's making phone calls, that's mostly playing phone tag, because Because you call a parent, they don't answer, they call you back. It is tracking vaccination statuses and cards. It's tests. There's a million different things that go on, which take away from her job, which she usually does, obviously, which is take care of kids and be a school nurse. And I'm probably speaking for most of the other administrators. I spend most of my day right now doing COVID things. Whether that's contact tracing, whether it's talking to parents, pro-mask, anti-mask, whatever. It's what we do. And it's hard to focus on the educational piece when we're dealing with, heck, Donnie said that he's not a public health official. I feel like I am some days. I read this stuff forwards, backwards. I can quote your chart because we deal with it so often. And it obviously takes away from what we're doing as teachers and administrators, but it also obviously takes away from the kids, kids who are being quarantined. Whether that's class or sports or clubs or whatever, there's kids who are missing out because they can't be there. The Warren County pilot may cut down on quarantines, but that will not relieve administrators or nurses or teachers. There will still be contact tracing. There will still be, we may have 150 tests to do on the 3rd day and the 5th day, tracking all those tests. It's overwhelming, quite honestly. And I know I speak for all the administrators and nurses, and it is overwhelming. Again, we're not going to make everybody happy, obviously. We want to do what's best for our students, for our teachers, for our community. My recommendation is the mask at the high school. That takes a lot of things out of it, keeps our kids in school. I know it's not a popular thing, and no one likes masks. No one is pro-mask. They're terribly fashionable, and more than one person has told me that I look a lot better with the mask on than without. But nobody wants to wear a mask. But it is a necessary precaution sometimes we need to take. And again, my neighbor is immunocompromised. My daughter's best friend. I've been wearing a mask since early August to try to protect them. And I've been wearing a mask at school since day one to model that. And the other thing you need to think of at the high school is this, and this is something we did see at the high school. From day one, kids walked into the high school with masks on, looked around, saw kids without masks on, and went, oh. Put their masks away. Peer pressure. There are a lot of kids and a lot of parents who would like their kids to wear masks, but unfortunately, especially at the high school age, once they walk in that door, peer pressure kicks in, and the masks go away. And then parents are surprised when kids get quarantined. Again, we want to do what's best for kids. We have to make hard decisions in my position and in your position. And I just hope we make a good one. Thank you.
Then we go on to reactive versus proactive. Or did you already speak to?
No, I've talked through those at a high level. We can move on to masking, to the mask survey, and we're almost done with this part here. Almost done with number 5 on the agenda. Again, we did put out, the board wanted me to put out a survey about mask wearing, so that survey went out yesterday. It's due back in by Sunday. I wasn't able to get preliminary results because of the system that we use, but I think it was up to 25 to 30% back already. I looked earlier this morning. So I think we'll have a good return rate on that. Again, I think, as we said last time, I want to speak for the board members, but for myself, this is one of the data points to use. It's not the only one, or it's not, it's not one either, but it's just one of the data points we use to try to get some additional feedback. So as we go ahead to the next slide here. Next slide. Yeah. So currently, here's where we're at. Mask mandate K to 6, 7 to 12 recommended but optional. Again, later in the agenda, there is a recommendation that was put on here, approved to continue grades K to 6 masking mandate. I'll just finish up with my thoughts here. Again, I appreciate all the work the principals have done and are doing and their thoughts tonight. There's a couple ways to look at this is the quarantine guidelines are the quarantine guidelines. And I think we have spent a lot of time and effort, myself included, a lot of time and effort of trying to work through those flow charts. There's ways to do this, to do that, and whatever else. And we can be frustrated with that. But the bottom line is, as of now, those are the guidelines that we need to be following. And so under those guidelines, it becomes extremely troublesome at the middle school and the high school where those masks are recommended but optional. And again, as some principals have mentioned, I also mentioned in the beginning, and some of the board members too, kids need to be in school. And that's where they learn best. They don't learn best virtually. They don't learn best in hybrid. They learn best while they're here as much as possible. And our attendance rate is not very good. It's pretty poor actually for the first few weeks of school. It's really poor. And again, a lot of that has to do with the quarantine guidelines, but the quarantine guidelines are the quarantine guidelines. And so what do we need to do as a district to keep kids in school as much as possible? And what kind of sacrifices do we need to make? And again, some people won't like it, other people will. But what we're doing now is not sustainable. It is not sustainable. As I mentioned earlier, we're on week 4. It feels like January. It feels like February because of all the time and effort spent on COVID stuff and not teaching and learning. And our kids they're being sacrificed for that focusing on teaching and learning, but the guidelines are the guidelines. So again, unless those guidelines can be changed, unless your County Public Health ODH will change those. So it is my thought, my recommendation, either at this meeting or a meeting very soon, is to do some type of mask mandate K-12. That's the direction that we need to go. Not that I like that, not that I want that. However, to me, and I think my staff would agree, that is what needs to be done to keep kids in school as much as possible, whether we like the mask or not. It is the best of the less ideal options out there. And so those are kind of my thoughts at this point.
Thank you. I really appreciate that, Dr. Kodak, and I appreciate the recommendation this week. I also really appreciate the principals. I would like to see more of that, not just about COVID, but I want to hear from all of you. It's very challenging, and Dr. Kodak does a good job of advocating your position, but the position or the experience is so different for staff and students in this building than what you're seeing in the high school. It's helpful to hear the different perspectives. I know there's a bunch of us that want to talk and weigh in. And I would like to propose that we wait until after the open communication period because I don't think it's fair. I know there are a lot of people here who want to chime in.
I completely agree. I mean, we have the opportunity. We have the open communication coming, and then in 7D, we have the mask mandate, and I think that's probably the best place for us to have our conversation. Again, thank you to all the building principals who have spoken here this evening, which is all of them are here, so thank you very much. Considering that it is 9:20, I'm going to ask if we take about 10 minutes so people can stand and stretch, use the restroom. I know that I need 2 out of those 3 things, so we'll reconvene in about 10 minutes.
I need a Diet Mountain Dew. I don't need this water. Sorry about that.
We've come to our open communication time. As a reminder, we are going to try to stick to 3 minutes, please, per person. Last time, we had a pretty fair amount of grace to our 3 minutes, and we were here a very, very long time. So we're going to really try to stick with the 3 minutes. I'll try to give you a little bit of a warning as your time is reaching a close. So first of all, we have Cassie Kipling to speak about busing.
Yay, something not COVID.
Yay.
All right, so I have a couple questions to ask to start with. Why is busing not listed as an agenda item? Why is busing still not advertised on the school employment page? Why does it feel like you're ignoring the community? I realize there's other issues that require your attention, as most of this meeting. But this is not an issue that we can continue to ignore. I first spoke to you in April about advocating for the return of busing if the levy were to pass to the non-Rockville portions of the community. I spoke to you again in July regarding this issue and was asked to show community support. I did that, showed you over 300 signatures. So again, I ask, why is this not an agenda item? I realize it's not possible to bring back busing right this second, but there are clear steps that can be made to show the community we hear you, we are listening to you, and we're going to make this right. Short-term fixes. We could easily open BCI, BMS, BHS earlier to allow parents to drop off students. This was actually Audrey's idea. This will help traffic flow and allow parents the ability to get to work earlier so they have more flexibility in their schedules. How can we accomplish this? You can allow a staff member that has a planning period at the end of the day to come in early to be in there the first part of the day and then let them leave earlier. There's options that we can think about in the box to do this. Ask for some parent volunteers. Maybe they're eager to do this. If a bus has capacity, start reducing the exclusion zone or start allowing high school students in the exclusion zone to ride. Send out a more appropriate survey that focused solely on busing to determine the need. The previous survey did not focus on it at all. Remove the exclusion zone for Stephen Bell, as there are already buses and drivers available for those routes. Make a real attempt at advertising bus drivers. You can hire substitute bus drivers now with the intent of having them have a full route next year. Incentivize them. Long-term fixes. Move BCI back to the same schedule as Stephen Bell. This will allow for use of all buses for both routes during the day. It wasn't long ago that we did this. Modify school start times further apart to allow for more routes. If you don't want to have them on the same schedule, start spacing out the times between schools now can have the bus run multiple routes. Create a plan for the purchase of additional buses to support students in this community. We're getting bigger. We need to have a plan now. Tonight, I'm urging the board to, at a minimum, take an action for this to officially be addressed at either this meeting or the next meeting. I would urge you to schedule a working session to specifically address busing concerns. I presented you with over 300 voices that deserve to be heard, that want busing back in the community. No one else has gone to great lengths to show support to bring back a cut item. The time to act is now, not 6 months from now. Show the community that you are actively working to bring back additional busing. Thank you.
Thank you.
So, turning to the board here, to administration, what are we doing? I mean, I've been vocal in support of return to busing, and I've yet to see any action take place. And it was identified, I think, in July, that we were not advertising on the school's website for busing, and it's really difficult to understand why we're now in September and it's still not there.
Since this is the community discussion time, their communication time, we'll address that in item F.
Okay.
Next, we have Diana Presnell with data collection methods.
Good evening. Tonight, I would like to address the efficacy of your data gathering approach. During the last 2 school years, you've used surveys sent out to parents to gather information, which is intended to be used in your decision-making process. However, I would like to bring to your attention just how flawed your current system is in hopes that you will make necessary changes to ensure that you are actually receiving valid data that is a true representation of your surveyed community. Last fall, when my children were still enrolled in this district, there was a survey sent out to parents regarding whether or not to extend the hybrid learning schedule or return back to full in-person as planned. This seemed like a good idea, except that my children were enrolled in Bellbrook Online and weren't attending in-person school. Why then did I receive a survey and have a say in this matter? I shouldn't have, as it did not pertain to my children's situation. So I refrained from filling out the survey, but did all BOA parents refrain from filling it out? Do you guys know? I'd like to think that this was a one-time oversight, but I know it isn't. 9 months after my children have moved out of Bellbrook School, I'm still getting emails, including the offer to fill out the current masking survey that was just sent out. If I'm still getting emails, how many of the other parents whose children have been pulled because of a lack of policy, a mask policy, or due to the mask policy being instated, are getting these emails? Again, I did not fill out this survey, no matter how I feel on the subject of masks, because my children are no longer enrolled here. Can you guarantee that these other parents who feel strongly enough on the subject of masks, one way or the other, to remove their children from the district also refrain? So already it is very clear that your data is not being gathered in a truly representative way unless you're doing something on the back end to weed out responses from parents who should not have a say on the matter but are being given access to the survey anyway. This is not the only flaw in your system, however. You should receive one survey for each student. For each student, not for each family. You're allowing large families with multiple students in the district to have a larger say in your decision-making process and reducing the voice of parents with fewer enrolled children. Why does a family with 5 children get 5 votes for or against masks, while a family with 1 child only get 1 vote? The votes are not likely to differ per child. If a family wants a mask mandate, they're going to want it for all their children. The same is true for a family that doesn't want a mask mandate. So the number of children a family has will not affect the family preference. All you've done by allowing each family 1 vote per child is given larger families more control over the decisions you are making rather than giving all families equal control. You have the same skewed approach to the fall 2020 survey. Large families got more votes despite family preference being the same for each child. If you were truly interested in the preferences of this district's parents, you would work to ensure that only parents with children currently attending Bellbrook schools received access to the surveys, and that each family only gets 1 vote, so that the preferences of the families are correctly displayed and not distorted based on family size and number of school-aged children. If you care about hearing and representing the parents whose children attend this district, you need to correct the flaws in your data gathering system and resend the most recent survey back out, so that the information you are making decisions on is given equal representation to all families whose children are actually in these buildings.
Thank you. Caroline. Oh, very good.
Hi, I'm Kelly, and I'm 10 years old, and I'm BCI. I'm here to talk about why I hate limits. Last year I would come home every day with headaches and feel nauseous. Mom would try to help me by giving me meds, ibuprofen and Tylenol. It's really did help out. And I would go to school nauseous, and I would just feel really silly underneath my mask. And I always felt like I was going to pass out because how hot it was in my mask. 2, well, last year, other people in my class would be throwing up in their masks because they were really nauseous, and they had to go to the nurse in the office to get a new mask when they could be finishing a paragraph about themselves and about like math problems, 6 math problems, which is a big waste of time and they can be learning. The third thing I have is, what do you think I was doing last year? If you think I was just focusing and learning what my teacher was trying to teach me, that's wrong. Last year I was trying to find ways how to get out of the mask, because I had so much trouble breathing. And I would have to go to the nurses all the time because how bad I felt underneath my nose. And I would try to take sips of water to take it down and try to find ways how to get out. I'm here to display something, if that's okay.
In the last 2 minutes, I read a report, actually several reports this week that cloth masks, which frankly are the kinds of masks I usually wear, are not really effective. Is that true? Yeah, cloth masks unto themselves generally not effective. That's why any surgical masks are better. There are, of course, higher-quality masks. Cloth masks may be 10 or 20% effective, not great against Delta variant.
And outside in the hallway it says, "Did your choice make a good one?" Well, can I please have my choice back? Thank you.
Thank you, Kelly. Mary Sprunger for politicization, sorry, it's a hard word, of science.
It is a hard word. Hopefully I can get it.
Thank you.
I hadn't originally planned to speak tonight. I think the board knows where I stand on masks. I am here in response to the parent survey about masks. My concerns are twofold. One, using polling to make public health recommendations. And two, the polling methodology of analysis. I'm appalled at the increasing politicization of science. We don't vote on whether gravity exists. We don't vote on whether vaccines limit death and hospitalizations. Nor should we be polling on COVID mitigation strategies. For public health decisions, we look to health experts and agencies whose sole job it is to sort through the massive amounts of research that are coming out each day. In a recent meeting, Ms. Dorn lamented that Governor DeWine let us down by advocating for masks, but not issuing a mandate. I agree. Sadly, he's passed the buck to local school districts. This has resulted in board members trying to sift through the research on their own. It has led to citizens speaking at meetings like this, pointing out the merits and shortcomings of research. Board members and individual citizens, myself included, are not able to keep up with peer-reviewed research. It's why we turn to agencies like the CDC, the AAP, the ODH, and Green County Public Health. They have staff with the credentials and the time to do just that. Our job is to follow their recommendations. And yes, even when those recommendations change, for science is self-correcting as new data emerges. It's why I have purchased more surgical masks and KN95s and N95s, right? When we know better, we do better. Public health matters are not the same as taking a poll for whether we should use tax dollars to increase busing services or restore STEM. Now we could and probably should poll parents to find out other things, like what concerns do you have about masking? Or what particular stresses does masking place on your child? We could then problem solve to handle specific concerns, like whether a shield would work better than a mask for a particular child. We don't take a vote to decide if scientifically sound public health recommendations should be implemented. And then since the poll has been given out already, I hope the board releases the results of this survey, including the analyses that they use, and whether families with more children receive more weight, and how you handled instances where parents were divorced or have differing opinions, since it was one survey per child. In closing, I sincerely hope that public health policy decisions won't be based purely on a popular vote. The politicization of science is dangerous and will cast a much longer shadow than even this pandemic. Thank you.
Thank you. Heidi Anderson on leadership.
Okay, I represent Power of Parents Bellbrook, and our group has actually grown over the last week. We now have over 190 families that I represent in the district. I was passed some literature that they asked me to confirm with you. The Ohio Department of Health, this is right off the Ohio Department of Health website, it says that Dr. Bruce Vanderhoff, MD, explained, while there are no mandates associated with their guidance, that means we are not bound by these guidelines that you say we are. And a lot of parents are really disturbed that you're finding ways, you guys have all admitted that these masks are probably not as effective as they should be. You're only using them to skirt the guidelines. And what is that teaching our students? That they can skirt the problems in their lives instead of tackling it head on. And so that, they asked me to mention that real quick. So, first of all, you're making decisions regarding masking based on quarantine numbers. We're gonna address the elephant in the room. Those numbers are inaccurate at best. Nobody at the district, county, or state level seems to know what's going on. And I've experienced that as a parent. Everyone is blaming a different level while parents and students are caught in the crossfire. Sometimes the county comes back and says, nope, your child is in the clear, and the school still says, no, they're being excluded. We desperately need to understand the terms quarantine and excluded and how the district is using them to keep kids out of the classroom. Did you know that as of today, as Mr. Kinsey said, the rate of children turning positive in quarantine is less than 3%. That is unacceptable. To quarantine 98% of our students for no reason. Our quarantine guidelines are at best recommendations. They're inconsistent, punitive, and completely ineffective. They're not based on science whatsoever, and natural antibodies, as you guys have said, need to be recognized. We've all been told that masking our kids is a way around having to go into quarantine. In fact, the parent survey was a complete bait and switch. The entire survey was prefaced by saying that our only way out of quarantine was that we hate the mask so much just to mask. But please indicate your preference below. That was not the intent of the survey as I understood it. Masking is not our only option. How about we tackle the root of the problem, which is excluding healthy kids from the learning environment that you claim to be protecting. The schools claim that the county is dictating the rules, but Stephanie at the health department says Bellbrook, and I quote, has their own rules, which are much stricter than what they recommend. They are also in complete shock by Mr. Price's claim last week that they would lock us in our homes under forced order if we failed to comply. That did not come from the county. Let's be very honest that that came from your school attorney. This community is not stupid. We watched you all hold the line for weeks leading up to your meeting with her. Then you came out of executive session with new attitudes, including one board member who invited parents in private emails to sue us if you feel your rights are being violated.
Thank you very much. Christina Gaines?
I'm stuck underneath the child here, so I'm going to speak from here.
That's fine.
Go ahead.
Get her
No, you're good.
Get her a microphone.
Heidi just wants to hold it for me.
Yep.
I want to talk about the scientific process here. As a researcher and science as my background, I'm actually appalled at what is happening in our schools. We need to go back to about junior high, maybe elementary math, and revisit what the scientific process is and what variables are and what happens when we do true experiments, which is what we're doing here right now, is experiments with our children, with quarantining, with processes that work or do not work, and then we collect data. You can only change one variable at a time. You guys have changed several. You cannot change several and then come back and tell us what was effective and what was not effective. You issued mandates on top of changing lunches and whatever else you guys have done. It makes my scientific brain hurt trying to follow the scientific process, which is what you do in true experiments, which is not what we are doing here for our children. On 9/3, a weekly email came out to my child, or for us, from my child's teacher, and she talked about they went over the school motto of it's your choice, make it a good one. And my children came to me and said, but we don't have a choice. On the very day that you guys implement a mask mandate, teachers want to have a conversation with our children about making a choice and make it a good one. You guys go behind closed doors 5 days after we say we're going to leave it open, and you come out to an executive vote, and you vote to make all of these changes suddenly. That's not okay. You took away our choice. We're not taking away choices if we want to wear masks or not. You're taking away our choice if we don't want to. You're not giving us a choice. We left another top-rated district to come here and have been here for a year and are considering putting our house on the market and leaving because of this district. I have a special needs child who requires outside therapies, and she gets better therapy there than she does in this district. You are failing my child. She needs no mask on her face. She needs no mask on an instructor's face.
Your alternative to a shield does not work with a child with sensory processing disorder who cannot have anything on her head. When she goes to private therapies outside, they say we're going to sit with her 6 feet apart, take our mask down, take her mask down. They have explained to us the importance of having their faces with her faces. When she comes home in tears and says, I cannot learn because I have a mask on my face, you are failing my child. This district is failing every child. And every one of you who sits up there with a mask, you all have failed what you expect our children to do. Your mask has come on and off of your faces. You take it down to address people here because you want to be clear and concise in what you have to say. You expect our children to be able to understand teachers behind masks. People who have stood up here take their masks down to address you, but our children can't take our masks down to address you. It's not okay, and we need our choices back.
Lotus Gaines?
Sleeping
Okay.
on her arm, screw. They don't want a mask. That's what she wanted to say.
Thank you. Matt McLean. COVID and masking.
Good evening, everyone. I emailed all most of you last week when this mandate came out, and I thank those of you that replied to me or gave me a phone call, particularly Dr. Kozin and Ms. Keaton. Thank you for that. To the teachers and the union, Mr. Carrera, is it, I believe? Yes, sir. I want to thank you for everything you're doing through this. Both my parents are retired school teachers. Speaking to them about everything the teachers have had to deal with and are dealing with, it's unimaginable. So I want to thank the teachers that are here doing what you're doing. I've kind of placed myself in a unique situation. I have a junior at the high school and I have a kindergartner here at Stephen Bell. So I'm seeing both sides of the mask mandate. Kindergartner now required to wear a mask every day, and a junior in high school who doesn't have to, but she makes the choice to because she plays volleyball. She doesn't want to be quarantined, so she makes sure she's protected so she doesn't get quarantined. So she has the choice to do that. I come here tonight to encourage you to end the mask mandates and to end those quarantines for our children. I want to bring up a few items from different perspectives that people have brought up already. From an educational standpoint, we're dealing with our youngest learners here at Stephen Bell Elementary. My daughter's in kindergarten. She needs to watch people speak. She needs to see their mouths move. She needs to see how they create words. She does not need a message coming from the teacher to be impeded by a mask. She does not need to be distracted by having to wear a mask on her face all the time, constantly fidgeting. She's 5. That's what kids are going to do. It's a very hard learning environment for them. Masks and face shields make learning difficult. All our learners obviously need to stay focused on distraction-free as much as possible while they're in school. Adding these masks to them make that hard for them, especially again the younger learners, not so much the older ones. From a non-educational standpoint, I would encourage you to leave medical decisions such as vaccines and preventive measures such as masks up to us as parents. It's not the business of this board or anyone else but parents to make medical-related choices for our kids, such as measures that prevent illness or spread of illness. We'll keep our kids safe. We'll take care of that. We'll do the measures that we need to do to keep our children safe. So don't burden yourself with those choices. We'll take care of that. Dr. Kozin, you said the goal is to keep all our children in school, and all of you up here were nodding our heads when that was happening. So I would encourage you to look at the numbers we presented tonight. 3% infection rate for those that are exposed to COVID, and that even applies to the 2 buildings that are not requiring mask mandates. That 3% stays about the same across those 2 buildings as well. So please take that into consideration as you look at this. I would encourage you to look at programs like Warren County has adopted. Let the children have the exposure. If they get sick, keep them home. We've taught that our whole life. If you're sick, you don't feel good, stay home, wash your hands, take care of things like that. So in closing, let the teachers teach unimpeded. If they want to wear a mask, let them wear a mask, that's fine. I would encourage you to let them wear face shields instead. That way the younger learners can see them speak, can see their mouths move, can make sure those messages are conveyed and communicated. And finally, let our children learn unimpeded. Let us make those decisions for the wellness and well-being of our children as far as those health concerns and things like that. Thank you for your time.
All right, that completes our open communication time. Next, we go to the superintendent's report. And this is part of our consent agenda, items 7A, 7B, and let's see, there was a 7C that's, and 7C, the accept a student for transportation has become section D. Section C is now central office, employment, resignation, leave of absence. Dr. Kozad, would you like to speak to the additions and deletions?
Sure, just again, there's a couple supplemental duty, people activity volunteers. I think Mr. Bowles has that up there, so the folks out in the audience can see that. Substitute teacher, again, need as many of those as possible. Those are all additions, deleting the voluntary transfer for Chris Furter. And then recommend approval of the following support staff one-year appointment contract for Lori Smith as Secretary to Transportation.
All right. Board members, are there any items that you want to have separated out and addressed individually? Mike, anything? Mrs. Laughlin or Mr. Price? No. Okay. Then do I have a motion to approve 7A for certified licensed staff employment, 7B for support staff employment, and 7C central office employment?
Motion to accept.
Mr. Kinsey,
Second.
Mrs. Laughlin. Any discussion, questions, comments? All right, anything that you wanted to specifically call out for us?
Nope, I don't think so.
All right, please call the roll.
Mr. Kinsey?
Yes.
Mrs. Laughlin?
Yes.
Mr. Carpenter?
Yes.
Mrs. Dorn?
Yes.
Mr. Price?
Yes.
Motion passes.
I'm sorry. I guess I probably should have done a service discussion. I do just a kind of a general question. You got a question here, because I've watched a lot of meetings, but I've never seen like the list. Are these kind of typical amount of items, or more or less? I'm just curious.
Yeah, it varies based on the time of year, but go ahead.
For this time of the year, this is probably a lot. Again, we've been trying to, like I said, we're probably up to filling up to 40 positions. So typically it's probably 5 to 8, and it's really not to this volume. It's probably late in the year.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
All right, would you like to go ahead with item D, formerly C, accept student transportation?
Sure, recommend acceptance of Logan Barnes from Senior City Schools for the purpose of transportation to or from Incarnation School, Centerville for 21-22 school year.
We have a motion. Mrs. Laughlin?
Second.
Mr. Kinsey? Any questions or comments? Just as a note, there is a release of tax dollars from Xenia City Schools to Bellbrook-Sugarcreek to cover that, cover the expenses associated with that. All right, please call the roll.
Do we have a first or second?
Yeah.
I don't think we did. No. I'm sorry.
I believe it was Mrs. Laughlin.
Yeah, Mrs. Laughlin.
I'm sorry. Mr. Lyman, where are you? Mrs. Laughlin? Mrs. Laughlin?
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's okay.
Yes.
Mr. Kinsey?
Yes.
Mr. Carpenter?
Yes.
Mrs. Dorn?
Yes.
Mr. Price?
Yes.
Motion passes. Item D then is the mask mandate. Recommending approval to continue grades K through 6 masking mandate. We want to have a discussion first or a motion first. We could really choose it either way.
Am I correct in saying this is no longer your recommendation?
That would be correct. My recommendation would be K to 12 mask mandate.
I would like to see the results from the parent poll before we go ahead. And I thought we would have that by now, but we don't.
Other comments, questions?
Again, if we want to be able to see that information, maybe we can schedule another, we all like board meetings, schedule another meeting next week. We would have another week of data, and we would have that information also. That's a fair comment that we asked that survey and asked for that information. But I would, in my opinion, I think waiting until October meeting to at least address this, whatever way it goes, I think is too long, in my opinion.
I would concur. We need to, really land on where we're going to continue on as much as we possibly can.
A caveat to that is, as usual, whatever we decide, I will support. However, the parents passed a levy. They're paying the bill. They deserve to be heard.
I think that the issue of levy and the issue of COVID is not related. I think parents deserve to be heard in general. Community deserves to be heard. We've been hearing from parents for the last 4 months. We've been hearing from parents tonight. I really, again, I want to thank the building principals for coming out. That's a voice that we have not heard yet, at least not directly. And I'm incredibly conflicted. My personal stance on masking in general has been, I don't think that teachers and students wearing masks is the best way to effectively deliver education. I think that the masks are an impediment to effectively delivering content. That said, what is less effective is a virtual school.
Or students being in school, but not being able to be at school because they're quarantined.
Or a hybrid, not by choice, but by half the school being quarantined. Thus, we have a hybrid school. When I'm hearing educators speak that just the administrative burden on their staff, on their teachers, is also hampering effective education, that has to be weighed. I would like to hear, I hear what you're saying about the survey, but I also don't think this is a votable scenario. And I presume I might be totally wrong, but my guess is that that survey comes back split. Maybe 60-40, maybe 50-50, but it's not going to be 90-10. That would make it easy. For those of you who did not support the masking vote at our last meeting. I would like to hear from you if that is a never, what it would take. Again, I don't even know what I think myself quite yet about 7 to 12. I'm trying to make up my mind, and that's why I want to hear from the rest of you, because I've heard a young lady talk tonight. That was very brave to come here. That's not easy. It's not easy for grown-ups, as you've heard grown-ups talk about, and that wasn't easy. That was very brave. But we've also heard from our educators who are asking for this, and I know there are educators who don't want it, and that's compelling. So I'd like to hear from the rest of you about help me make up my mind.
Well, I can speak to some of your questions. My light is on. But try to. Switching it up.
Your light came on.
I have a loud voice anyway. I probably don't even need this. I'm happy to answer your questions. I think that they're really good questions. What a terrible situation to be in. I think everybody in the entire world could echo that sentiment. I really appreciate hearing from the administrators. That really means a lot. I appreciate hearing from the educators that we've heard from. I appreciate Mr. Ferrer being here and speaking for the union. That really means a lot. I appreciate having that data, and I'm taking that to heart. So thank you for being here and presenting that. We still need to keep in mind, and even if this is just me being the respectful dissenting opinion at this point, I'm happy to play that role of there are many stakeholders in these schools. And, you know, the teachers and administration have a voice. I think that they've used it extremely well. Teachers in the union have a voice, they've used it extremely well. The community, the parents have a voice, and that's usually appropriately kind of funneled up through us. And our community and our parents are extremely split in this. So, am I a never masker? No, I'm not. I mean, there would be a time that I feel that it would be appropriate to take emergency measures. Emergencies, by definition, are supposed to be temporary. And we're going into year 2 of this thing. We have a lot more information and a lot more data and a lot more experience than we had during those dark, ignorant days of March 2020 when we didn't know anything about this thing. You know, it's hard to talk about numbers, and I know maybe it makes me sound cold and heartless, and I don't like that. But, you know, looking at some numbers, the fact that there's 2.57 million children that live in the state of Ohio under the age of 18. And each one of these is tragic. It is. We have 67 hospitalizations right now across the state. And none of those 67 happen to be in our region, which is the West Central region. It's about 5 counties. You can follow those numbers, kind of as I do this with the Ohio Hospital Association. So I'm not a never masker, but I think that while our community is divided in this, and given the fact that, you know, if quarantines are a factor for them, that power lies in their hands with the current flowchart that if they choose to mask, they can avoid the quarantines. I'm always going to be extremely hesitant to take that choice away from families to make their own medical decisions. So for right now, I remain a no on a vote for a mask.
My opinion on this is that I think that we should continue on with the K-6 while we wait for the rest of the results to come in. I think changing after only a week doesn't really give us opportunity to see results really effectively. I think it's not enough time to be able to see how it's going to impact. I'm inclined to think that we will likely need to go to, excuse me, need to go to 7 to 12 as well. But I'd like to reserve that until we meet in a week when we have the results, presuming with it. That's what we want to do. I would concur that we, if we're waiting on the data, and I don't object to that at all, I'd be happy to do that. Then once we get the data, we need to have another discussion with that. So, if we don't go to K to 12 tonight, then and consider that a temporary, then I want us to do K to 6 and definitely meet next week with the data.
My perspective is that I appreciated Meredith Bringer for tonight about we should not be relying on surveys to drive public health decisions. And Madam President as well pointed out, there's some flaws with the way that is being conducted because of the numbers of children versus families and whatnot. So I personally will not be swayed by survey data. And I think, Dr. Kozad, if I remember correctly when I saw the survey went out, you made no allusions to it being a major factor in any decision. It was of the myriad of things we consider, it's one of the things that's possibly in the realm of consideration. I would think it would be minor at best, and I would say for me it's irrelevant, because it's just, Audrey, you're probably right, it's going to be 50-50 or 60-40, or now there's more than one option, there's going to be 25% spread or whatever. So I personally don't be swayed by the survey. It's informative. It's we kind of gain the same thing when people come down and talking to us, and also the interactions we have with the community one-on-one. I thought Mr. Hand's focus on, I think we've been having some growing optimism about what's happening in Warren County. That, hey, this is the game changer. And it was telling to me, though, when Mr. Hand points out that the workload that the schools are going to face is really not going to be better by that. Frankly, in some respects, it may be made worse, because you can say to a kid, okay, he can come back tomorrow if he wears a mask, but then there's the nightmare of following that student around to see if he's actually wearing a mask. So I hadn't thought of it in those terms. I appreciate that comment, insight provided. However, I will go ahead and say, based on my understanding of where we're sitting with COVID, where we and the opportunities that exist for families and students to avoid quarantines at the 12 and older realm, that I would not be supportive of the masking mandate 7 to 12. I don't anticipate that changing anytime in the next few days. Who knows, 3 weeks from now, a month from now, as we see negative impacts, really truly infectious and sick children versus the inconvenience of quarantines that we're faced with now. In an age block that has an opportunity to avoid that. Mike, I think you're pointing out the effects of, out of 2.5 million children, we have some 20-something, 60, I can't remember the number, but not a significant number. Now, obviously, if it's your child, it's the only number that matters. But, how many were, hospitalized for accidents and whatnot, you got to put things in perspective. And so, the trigger for me was 11 and under. Parents have no choice, children have no choice. Quarantines are dragging us to the ground, and they are completely destroying the educational experience of the children and the opportunity to have it. So I will continue to support K through 6, And I can't quite imagine yet what it would take for me to consider it for 7 through 12. But I'm pretty certain saying it won't be between now and next week, but I will be changing my mind on 7 through 12. Thank you.
One other piece of information just recently is the charts associated with the Delta variant, which is the one that we're dealing with for the most part, show in countries where it originally manifested itself, they were about 2.5 months of where the cases peaked, by the time the cases peaked and then began to diminish. So the prediction, of course, is that's going to have the same kind of trajectory in the United States. Interestingly enough, the states vary widely based on, local politics and local perspectives. So some states have already peaked and are on the way back down, and others, the heights and lengths are a little bit different from locale to locale. But it does seem to be that it's not a ongoing, never-ending kind of scenario to deal with. So that is encouraging to me. It kind of says, let's put something in place to get through this and get through it reasonably well, with the hope that we can back off and return to some more normal kind of environment, or what we like to think of as normal. So with that, I think we've heard from everybody.
I actually have 2 questions for Dr. Kozak. So people have asked me, I've been pretty strongly advocating that these kind of things should be parent choice for a while. People have asked me why I changed my tune last meeting. And that's because what I saw in front of me was that in protecting a parent's choice whether or not to mask, we might be giving up a parent's choice whether or not to send their kid to school. And those are 2 bad choices in my opinion, but one is much worse than the other. So I guess my question to Dr. Kozak is, and I know you're not going to be able to give me a definitive answer on this, but an approximation of for neighboring districts that have had to go virtual, that have had to go hybrid, some version of that, what would that look like? Like, how do we know when we're at that point and when we need to take, like you said, emergency action? Like, how will we, what does that indicator look like for you? And I'm sure there's a number of different indicators that could.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's student absences, but it also probably could be staff absences, teacher absences, bus driver absences, aid absences. Food services have been really struggling of finding workers and so forth. So it could be any of those kind of options, and maybe one building is hit a little harder than another building. Again, we could have 20 people out one day and be able to fill all those spots, and have 7 people out the next day and not be able to fill any of those. So it really would be difficult to see that, but I think you have to see a few days of sustained issues and not just a one-off kind of thing. So again, this one day is really bad. Maybe we can just all pitch in and get through it. But to be honest with you, the buildings they've been doing that. I mean, teachers have been covering classes. We have administrators, counselors covering classes because we can't already find subs. If we can't find subs in September, it's going to be extremely challenging to find subs in November, December, January. It's just not out there. And that's there's numerous reasons for that. Probably the biggest is COVID. The other is the number I've heard of teachers, of folks going into education in Ohio is down by 46%. So there's less teachers going into the profession. and the changes in retirement, quote, force people to go to age 60 rather than be able to retire at 52, 53. So that pool of candidates for subs has decreased dramatically of those, trying to get their foot in the door and those that are retired and just trying to stay a little busy. Those two reservoirs have dried up, and then you add COVID on top of that, and it just is already extremely challenging. So it may not be student absences that would kick us into something, or maybe just be one day, if we see a couple of days trending, and we got to take this day off and just kind of catch our breath a little bit, because if people need to get over sickness or so forth. So again, staff they've had a really great attendance. But people are sick, people have sick kids, people have appointments, people have stuff that they have to do. So I don't think if I can give you a definitive answer, just because there's all different things rolled into that.
How close do you feel like we are there now? Or have you felt like, do we have breathing room right now?
It's a small amount of breathing room. We're okay right now, and if I ask my principals that, guidance counselors who have been covering classes, it's been a little, it's been, again, it depends on the day. We have tried to secure subs, tried to pull in subs for all of September. Hey, we'll give you a job all of September, just come in and we'll figure out we'll put you somewhere. We're even having trouble finding those people of just, they'll say, well, I'll work a couple of days a week. I don't want to work every day. And trying to fill those gaps, it's already a challenge. And so I'm really afraid of November, December, January, February, what those days are going to look like.
Yeah, that leads me to my second question. If we can't provide the relief you're asking tonight, which it seems like we don't have that, regarding our mandate, what else can we do to help provide relief? And I'm talking in terms of dollars. I'm talking in terms of, we have a bunch of COVID money that we've received as funds. Can we release or slate some of that to be used for supplemental positions? I'm trying to get creative on the fly here, but can we, for all of those teachers who are teachers, staff members, nurses that are working more than they're obligated, can we turn part-timers into full-timers? Can we take aides from 5 or 6 hour days up to 8 hour days to supplement? Where is that an option? Because what I'm hearing from the administration and from the staff is that they are going to be burnt out, and I'm very concerned we're going to have a staffing issue.
Yeah, that definitely could be an option of expanding some hours on folks, but it's the number of people. We have positions out there right now where we went from three lunches to 6 lunches at BCI and Stephen Bell. We posted positions because we needed some staffing. Mrs. Keaton, how many people do we have applied for that? Do you know? One. Do we need 2 or 3 here?
We need 2.
We need 2 here.
Mr. Phelps needs 2. I need 2. He had 1 person apply. I had 1 person apply.
Yeah. So, those are the things that we're trying to do, and it's a tough. Well, it's a job seekers market out there. It's an employee's market out there. They pick and choose what they want, and it's just extremely challenging. Right now, we have no sub-custodians. We are posting for essentially a full-time sub-custodian. We are posting for a couple full-time sub-bus drivers, because we've been really lucky with our bus drivers, and not a lot of them being, like I said, our staff has been great about being at work as much as they possibly can be, but that can only manage so much. So trying to find additional people, again, we have tried to find additional people to help out some of our nurses. There's just not people out there. We continue to look and continue to explore that. There's folks out there that I know we're getting some volunteers, which is great. But, the volunteers, and rightly so, if they got something coming up, they're coming in. But we have to rely, we have to have something that we can have people to rely on. And no fault of them, they've been great. It just is, it's a volunteer. So it's a great deal.
I was going to ask a little bit about that, and I don't even know what's legally allowed, what's inappropriate, but could there be an emergency call to the community and all hands on deck, especially, hey, if you don't want a mask mandate, or if you don't want hybrid, I'm not sure, but could there be more community involvement, whether that's, if they can be playground monitors or lunchroom monitors, to give the teachers the break that they need and deserve. And I have no idea. I don't know if that's possible. And if it is possible to really put out, hey, all hands on deck, let's really try for something here. But I don't know if it's feasible, if it's allowed.
Yeah.
I don't know if it would help that much.
Sure, and again, we tried that last year, and it's another great thing to try out. Hey, we need substitute teachers. And so we had 3 to 5 people that got in the mix a little bit. Probably 2 of them maybe panned out this year just because they got a full-time job, something else worked out. We sent out a similar SOS last year, but we could definitely send out a similar SOS this year. Just because, again, we continue to try to get sub-custodians, special needs assistants, teachers. We increased our pay of those folks, if you remember 2 meetings ago. Been trying to be more competitive with the local market, just because I think that's who we're competing with for a lot of those jobs, local market, not other school districts.
And if there's something we can do, because I totally understand how completely overburdened you are of, hey, PTO, sports boosters, marching band, all these networks that we have in our community that's just so incredibly given. If we could try to coordinate and get the word out, and we need some help.
Basically, help us help you, and especially to those families who are really wanting this stuff to remain optional. Help us help you. Get some skin in the game. If you have a degree and you meet the qualifications to be a sub, come be a sub. Show up to our buildings. And even to the extent of, I brought up supplementals. I understand that it's hard. No one can find work. Stayed in a hotel this past weekend that had literally 2 housekeepers who were a whole hotel with 5 floors. No one can find help. I got that. So a way to utilize the help we have, and even if it is, if we give supplementals for coaching, maybe we need to give a supplemental for assistant contact tracer. What can we do to utilize the staff we have, but pay them for the extra work that we know they're doing, because that's the least we can do. And then, as far as for those buildings that are asking for volunteers, let's send that out to district-wide, because I bet there's high school parents that would want it. I volunteered at BCI today. It was very interesting and it was good for the soul to just be around some young kids. This has been not fun for my life in general, or any of us. But I did know Stephen Bell was looking for volunteers as well, so I think let's put it out far and wide. Families need you.
We can definitely do that. Definitely. Can't hurt. Right, can't hurt, sure.
All right, well, I would move then that we continue the masking mandate for K through 6. Do we have a second?
A second.
Mrs. Dorn? Any further discussion on that one for tonight?
Just to be precise, continuation of the exact, what we were doing before and everything before, inside the building, during school hours, when you can't socially distance.
Correct.
Just
all the same,
clarify.
All the same parameters.
All the same, and keep it the same as before.
Yes.
That's the motion. Very good.
And this is what we're voting on at every meeting, correct?
Yes, until, as long as we plan to have a mask mandate.
It's my understanding that any mandate will expire at every meeting, and therefore, if it is to continue, someone must make a motion second, and then everybody votes.
Correct, unless there was a meeting that's not associated with, like if we have a special meeting that's for some other, yeah. So, so in this case, it would continue until our next board meeting, but I want to also say that we meet again in a week when we have that additional data, both with how we're trending and then also our data back from our parent survey, however flawed it may be. It would be interesting to have at least some
perspective. That the decision whether to have a meeting in a week would depend on the outcome of that data, and I would think that to, well, you as a board president can call a special meeting.
Right. But I think we should anticipate that.
50-50 or close to.
But the other data, I mean, is that, okay, we have an additional week of information on what the results are like in our Stephen Bell building and our BCI building, to say, okay, has it trended down dramatically in our quarantine? So does it make sense to continue that? Does it make sense to expand that? See what the data says so that we can continue to monitor this and not just wait for a whole month before we do anything else.
I'm just thinking, it's not a foregone conclusion that there's a meeting next week, we're going to base it on data.
Yes.
Survey
Yes.
data, what happens in buildings.
Yes,
And
right.
this will be a special meeting,
For that.
potentially be called based on the normal
Correct.
parameters that you could call one or any two of us would call.
Correct. So that's not part of the motion, that's just.
It was clarification.
Yeah. Mrs. Dorn seconded it.
Yep.
Any further discussion? All right, please call the roll.
Mr. Carpenter?
Yes.
Mrs. Dorn?
Yes.
Mr. Kinsey?
No.
Mr. Price?
Yes.
Mrs. Slaughter?
No.
All right, the motion does pass. All right, moving on to donations.
Recommend acceptance of the following donations of gratitude. Tammy Dan, 3 HEPA filters. Gaia Tribune, Patel, $200 cash donation for Stephen Bell, and Joshua Eulenbrock, hand sanitizer.
We have a motion to accept these with gratitude.
So moved.
Mrs. Lockman, second. Mr. Kinsey.
This is amazing. Thank you very much.
Absolutely. Yeah, I'm particularly excited about the HEPA air purifiers. That might be a benefit. So if other folks are highly interested in contributing something to the elementary schools, that would be an awesome kind of thing to donate.
Is it possible to get the information on those and put it out there and say, hey, this is what one costs? If you want to sponsor one for your kid's room, here you go. Like, can we do that?
Yeah, we can reach out to Dr. Dan on that.
Because I think there are probably a lot of parents in this community that would happily sponsor an air filter for their child's classroom.
I think so too.
Every bit helps.
All right, please call the roll.
Mrs. Loughlin?
Yes.
Mr. Kinsey?
Yes.
Mr. Carpenter?
Yes.
Mrs. Dorn?
Yes.
Mr. Price?
Yes.
Motion passes. Dr. Dan has a student in my wife's classroom, so I'll be happy to reach out to her.
Yep.
To get the specifics.
I presume the doctor did the research, so.
Yeah. All right, finally, items of information and discussion, community chats.
Yeah, just, I think this was brought up brought up for a few meetings, but just deciding, do we want to have a community chat? It probably would have to be late October by the time we get that information out to the community, probably in a fall bridge edition. To get that information out, probably for all that to happen, it probably would have to be late October. And I think we were going to talk about communication. There's still interest in that.
Yes.
Absolutely.
Yeah, it's really important, and depending on COVID situation, I think rather than take a meeting like that virtual, I'd rather get creative and let's do it outside or, in a alternate venue somewhere outdoors if necessary, but I think that needs to get started sooner than later.
If I recall, the way we discussed doing that was so that we can avoid the quorum and all of the complications that come with having a real board meeting, that we were going to basically separate, either if it's inside the school building, it would be like a board member in each room, and then people could cycle through those, to the various board members over that period of time. Is that the construct that we discussed doing that by which? I think it is.
Or something similar, that's.
Because my thought where we ended up was correct, but not rotating around. It was just one board member is with one group of parents for X amount of time. There's probably an administrator in there too. And it's more of a listening session of how can we better communicate, and maybe some guiding questions. Because if you have everybody in one building, different board members in different rooms or different areas, that's 5. So you have the 4 buildings, then you could have a community group. So if you talk about a half an hour in each one, it'd be 2.5 hours. If that's what we want to do, of rotating through, it just is, if I'm a parent, I'm gonna have to say that same thing 5 times. I'm gonna have to get my feedback 5 times. Correct? Am I thinking of that correctly?
Yeah, no, I think when we talked about it, the advisory committee, there was a couple different things to talk through, and I think I assume before this there would be another advisory committee. I think it's smart to let that group kind of plan in a way and kind of run those. I think that's a good role for them. But to kind of maybe say, Mike is in this classroom with this sector of our population, with our, future equals, and this, David's in another room with senior citizens, and then we kind of all get our perspective, and then come back to a meeting later to talk about communication and kind of say, all right, well, this is what I got from this sector of our community. This is, we would kind of share it to kind of break up into smaller teams, I would say, to have more meaningful, tight-knit, collaborative conversation rather than big group conversation.
Right.
Because I think I misunderstood that you were saying just one board member with one administrator and that's it for the night. I don't think that's sufficient. I think we as the entire board need to be accessible to the entire community with this event. Because otherwise it's not sufficient. It would take us a year for it to get through the whole board at this rate, and I think we need to hear from the community one-on-one, and there are ways we can do it, with certain, room divisions or whatever. You could either say they can go to whichever board member they want and don't time it. If we're going to be here for 2 hours, hour and a half, or 2 hours, they can just bounce between each room and then talk one-on-one. And granted, it might be insufficient, people will still be displeased because they didn't get as much time as they wanted with each board member, and they already answered that question 3 times, or whatever, but anything is better than what we're doing right now, because it's frustrating for the community to come up here and talk, and then we start our board meeting with, this is a meeting of the board in public, community opportunity to speak will be given, but the understanding is we're not going to be going back and forth with them, and it is clearly frustrating for the community, and honestly, it's frustrating me as a board member. I can't have that back and forth, with these people that really want to talk to us. And I think we need to do something. So I would recommend all of us together, all of us in the same building, but, separated, and either you limit it to 15 minutes if we don't make a 3-hour night or whatever, or just make it a 1.5 hour event and people can flow between rooms at their own pace. So that's my recommendation.
I do think people will naturally flow from space to space if they have, if they have that opportunity, even if we're outside or whatever, if it's kind of like, let's say I am with the senior citizens, I'm gonna shave off this white mustache, I think. That's okay. I know, just.
Not that there are anything wrong with things, just Laura's like a future eagle.
No offense was taken, I just thought it was a great opportunity to review a little bit about it. I think people will naturally flow. They'll say, okay, well, I got my question answered about this, but I also have a high school student, I'm gonna pop on over to the other room.
But I guess I want to make sure that this is more of a listening session. I don't know if I necessarily think it's smart that this is a Q&A with board members.
Let's not solve any problems, let's just listen.
Right, yeah, but that's what I mean is I don't want, because a lot of times someone will ask you questions like, well, I don't know, let me check into that, or here's the person that knows or could help you with that question. So that's why I think, Audra, as we were talking with that group, is almost a listening session rather than a chat. It's communication. How do we better improve communication, and having some type of forum to that rather than a small group one-off kind of conversation with board members. And so I'm trying to think of logistically how to do that. Again, what I had in my mind, and again, Mr. Price, it wasn't what you had in your mind. My mind was there's 4 buildings, there's 4 board members and take a building, one person then is the community person, someone that doesn't have a kid in school, they go to that room, listening, we come back to the next board meeting, here's what my group said. My Stephen Bell group said X, Y, and Z of how we can better communicate. So mine was more feedback at the next board meeting because again, it's more of a listening session rather than a Q&A. But that's what I had in my mind. I think that's what I know we've not necessarily seen the advisory committee.
You're thinking 4, like, simultaneously?
Correct.
Okay, right, okay, got it.
Correct.
Again, I guess whatever we do, it's better than what we're doing right now.
Yeah.
So it'll be refined over time.
Yeah.
It's something.
Right.
And so I'm not opposed to what now that I understand. I thought you just said one board member for that event for that month. I didn't understand.
No, split up in 5 areas, same night. Okay. So again, Stephen Bell parents might have different concerns in high school, and I don't know if we would know that unless Stephen Bell parents are here in this room. High school parents are over here, and I can report back. Here's what the high school parents say we can do a better job of communicating with, and more of a listening session rather than a Q&A. And again, maybe won't go well, or maybe it'll go great. And next time we can do something else a little differently. But just trying to start that feedback loop, that listening loop. Definitely.
I misunderstood.
Okay. Do you guys want to, I'm sorry.
Just do something.
Yeah. Do you guys want to give me dates that are not good the last 2 weeks of October? Not this second, but if you want to email the dates the last 2 weeks of October that are not good, and it seemed to be at 6 o'clock, 7 o'clock, I think.
Not Monday, Wednesday.
Monday, Wednesday.
Yeah, not.
Right. Okay. That way I can get that information out the bridge, and that way the community people know that also. I don't know how other cost-effective way to get that information out to the community that don't have kids in school. Yep.
All right. Mr. Price, you said you were interested in talking about busing, considering it's 10:40. Do you want to still address that this evening?
There's a couple of things I want to cover that, and I want to do a response to the Sugarcreek Education Association with the statement we'll make here at the end. But the busing, we've done nothing, and we've been asked repeatedly, and I as a board member have asked just for simple things like getting the advertisements on our webpage. It's not a funding issue anymore, and we've had it very well, explained to us what the need is, and Skipton came up with some wonderful recommendations. please send those to me, because I'm a board note taker and actually send with all of us. Those are concrete things that aren't necessarily, many of them are not really going to take a toll on manpower or hiring people or anything else. Some of these, like for example, remove, bad notes here, but, you know, think smart removal of exclusions, for example, for high school students. So you're picking up some middle schooler, you know, so why not let the high school student get on there? And I have no idea about all the particulars of that, okay? So I know it's a shell game, I know there's protocols of separating various age groups. I don't know about that. So I don't pretend to be a transportation expert, but I think she's got some concrete examples here of what we could look at. I would really like to see an objective of having some level of, if it requires hiring bus drivers, that we target something for the second semester. We've got 3 months now where we can actually start moving forward on that. And I understand and respect fully that we may not be able to hire everybody. Got it, okay. But if we don't try, we're not going to hire everybody. And so, trying what we're doing right now is not worth it. So we need to think creatively about hiring bus drivers. I don't know if there's a potential for a hiring bonus for a bus driver. I have no idea what's in the contract and what's in the realm possible. But I think it takes creative thinking, and we clearly aren't doing that. And frankly, we aren't doing really anything to address what I believe are compelling arguments and positions for some level of restoration of busing. So I implore our administration to be proactive and show some progress in these areas, because we've just done nothing since this was brought up before the levy, and now here we said 6 months later, and really no progress I can see as far as trying to address the gaps in transportation throughout the community.
Yeah, so just to address some of your thoughts. So, you know, said for quite a few months, we need to see how we have 600 students coming back from BOA and other students that may be coming back on the buses this year. So I needed time at the beginning of the year to see how things shake out. We had to split a route already because it was overloaded. So that's an additional person that we had to hire. So we have already hired a couple people. Were they on here tonight? Yep, we hired a bus driver tonight. And so, but we had to split a route because the kids within our eligibility zones, there were a high number of those kids. So we had a bus overloaded. And so really in the busing world, things really don't shake out. You really don't know a solid time until about 3 or 4 weeks into the school year. And so we're at about that time where, okay, we've kind of seen how things shake out. We know where times are at. We know this route is heavy, this one is not. And to be able to do that, we also had a resignation in that department that we just hired somebody in, a very integral part of that particular department. We really don't have any subs. Luckily, the person that we just hired does have a CDL. So she actually was a sub bus driver in another district. So she is able to help. I'm in the process right now in the final stages of posting 2 essentially full-time substitute bus drivers. So it's a full-time position, but they're going to fill in on subs. So try to build some capacity and a reservoir of bus drivers, because people just aren't going to sub here and there for bus drivers. I mean, they just won't do that. They won't, there's too much initial paperwork and cost for them to just say, yeah, I'll be a bus driver. It's too much work there. So without some type of quote guarantee that they're going to get some hours. So we have up to 3 of those being posted in the next few school days here. So once things get settled down here, Jacob and I, Mr. Wilhite, the new transportation supervisor, we're going to sit down and really start to figure out what are the options. And so, and this next is not an excuse. However, as every meeting we've been talking about COVID-19. We've just been focused on COVID-19, and to be blunt, it's just been on the back burner because of that, but also because you really don't know for 3 or 4 weeks how things are shaking out in the transportation world. So we are doing things, it is being addressed, we are looking into it. Is it moving as fast as some people want it to move? No, it's not. But there's also other ramifications of moving school times in the middle of the year. That can be extremely challenging for people to move school times, especially at the high school level where you have students going to college. They're taking college classes and all of a sudden you move a time on them, and then that college class, that college credit plus class that we're paying for, is moved somewhere else, or they can't do that because now the time's off a little bit. So there's all these domino effects, and we can get into them in a separate meeting of, adding another tier of busing. That would, same personnel, however, you're now putting X amount of more miles on each bus. So because you're doing the same route 3 times instead of just 2 times. And now you're adding a third more miles to our buses that are already 15 years old and already have 125, 150,000 miles on them. So again, we're looking at our fund for, I'm drawing a blank here, our permanent improvement funds. Yeah, permanent improvement funds of bus driving purchases for that. And so it is on our radar. We have not sat down and said, let's get out a plan here, but it's definitely in our heads, and in the near future we are going to do that.
Let me be clear, I understand, respect what you're saying is that you needed to let the dust settle here because you had no idea how many extra riders you're going to have. Still, the impact we thought COVID was going away, now it's not. Still, base people are still working from home again. We were set back from 50% back to 25% again, or whatever. So I understand that. The common thread that what I hear in all of this is that I think it's pretty much a given you need more people.
Yeah, definitely.
And that's where I see lack of demonstrated effort, because I have not seen as much advertising for that. And at least make it available on the school's webpage, find other creative ways of advertising, and then consider what I just threw out there as, this wild-haired idea, but about, is a sign-on bonus even in the realm of possible. And they'd have to maybe get half of it up front and get the rest if they work the full school year. I have no idea how that would be done. It's just an idea. But I think, there's a lot of moving parts here of this, and it's a shell game like another. But let's figure out ways to at least get people applying, and then we can figure out what to do with it.
And then people are applying. I mean, Jacob has worked extremely hard. He uses Indeed. He uses other contacts in other school districts. And like I said, we've hired probably 7, 8 bus drivers. It's just we had 5, 6 retire. And so, and I hear what you're saying, but just because there's not a posting on our website doesn't mean that Jacob's not out there trying to find bus drivers. Because the only reason you would go to our website, you have to go there. But we are in the next few school days here posting sub positions that have guaranteed X amount of hours. And I think that will really drive the people wanting to be at least some quote permanent work. At least it's work every day.
I'll be satisfied to see that we're making some progress. Skipper, if you can get us in those recommendations, and give a lot of thought to it, and some of them are pretty creative, and so I think, maybe transportation directors and maybe aware of some of those ideas, and obviously he's a trained and smart man, but some people often are better than one on that.
I fully respect that there's stuff that I don't even know about when it comes to topics like this, but maybe if we could put together just even a timeline of, we don't want to have any unreasonable requests, but we're not sure what the plan is yet, but maybe we can have the plan by this date, and then we can start executing whatever that plan would be on this date. I don't know if that might be helpful or not. Feel free to push back on that, but maybe just being able to communicate to the public that, hey, here's a tentative timeline of what we're looking at to address this problem.
I can come back with something next month of just tentative things and thoughts.
I have no idea how long it takes to hire people and train people and get that and figure out the logistics. And so maybe just some tentative timelines might help people.
Something like we can go on the screen and talk to,
Yep.
see, we really appreciate it.
Yep. I can do that.
All right.
Somebody, I had a statement I was going to read here.
I'm sorry?
I was going to have a statement I was going to read.
Okay.
It's my own statement. It's for the Sugarcreek Education Association. I was unable, me and Kevin Price, to attend the August 12th school board meeting. Since I was not there, I could not respond to the statement made by the Sugarcreek Education Association or the teachers union. Some of the content of the union statement on critical race theory, or in particular, requires a response. The Sugarcreek Education Association statement said the following. One board member actually said they were not speaking as a board member while they gave a statement from their seat. Just in case that was directed toward me, let me cover what I actually said at the July 8th meeting. I did not say I was not speaking as a board member at that board meeting. Clearly, if I'm speaking at a board meeting, I'm speaking as a board member. What I actually said at the July 8th meeting was in the context of my responses to correspondence received from the community to which I replied. Here's an exact quote of what I said on July 8th. Please note that my responses are a reflection of my own views and should not be interpreted as a response from the Bellbrook-Sugarcreek School Board. So to clarify, I was indeed speaking as a board member, but I made it abundantly clear I was not providing a response from the board as a whole. That's a big difference. Whether the Sugarcreek Education Association statement was directed toward me or another board member is irrelevant. When we speak in a board meeting as individuals, we are speaking as individual board members, and not for the board as a whole. When we vote, then we speak as a board. The Sugarcreek Education Association statement also grossly mischaracterized the discussion of CRT in House Bills 322 and 327 that took place at the July 8th meeting. I really have to wonder if the Sugarcreek Education Association executive committee members who formulated and approved the statement read at the July 8th meeting actually listened to the presentations made by the community and the subsequent board member discussion that night. I would encourage any Sugarcreek Education Association members responsible for the statement who haven't heard the community member presentations and the board member discussions in their entirety to view the July 8th meeting on YouTube. Please listen from 5 minutes and 30 seconds to 1 hour and 10 minutes and 30 seconds, as well as the closing statement at 2 hours and 21 minutes and 20 seconds. For those that were present for the July 8th meeting, who later listened to it online, it should be very clear that the board is fully committed to the teaching of historical facts and the discussion of controversial issues. Board Policy 2240 on controversial issues was projected and read publicly at that meeting. There was no discussion or motion by any board member to amend that policy in any way. Josh, do you have that available for projection? Board Member 2240, Board Policy 2240. Why don't you bring that up? Let me finalize this, and then we'll read the board policy there. For the Sugarcreek Education Association to say, quote, the effort to micromanage teachers and prevent discussions involving issues of race is counterproductive to the district's strategic plan, unquote, was entirely inappropriate and was a gross distortion by the SEA Executive Committee of the discussions that occurred on July 8th, the demonstrated intent of the Bellbrook-Sugarcreek School Board and board policy. So Josh, if you bring that up there, you can see what our board policy is on controversial issues, and the key points there to focus on is I'll let everybody read it. Everybody's educated here, take 45 seconds and read it. You understand what our policy is. So any conclusion that this board is trying to constrain or wiggle down to the classroom level to micromanage our teachers is just unfair and unreasonable and inappropriate. take close attention to, A there, the paragraph. The focus is that, the intent of the teacher for anybody is not to indoctrinate or persuade. And that's the policy. I can't imagine anybody who would really be in opposition to that. And this board discussion you saw that night, there was no motion to move or. So anyhow, I just thought it was important to respond. I wasn't here where I could respond in person. I've signed this, Mr. Farrell, and I will give it to you, a signed copy to you. You can share that with people on the SEA's executive committee. And that's all. Thank you.
All right, thank you. We do have one last item, the executive session. So I move that we go into executive session for the purpose of considering compensation of a licensed public employee according to Ohio Revised Code 121.22, paragraph G1. Do we have a motion? I'm making the motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
Mrs. Dorn? Dr. Cozad, please call the roll.
Mr. Carpenter?
Yes.
Mrs. Dorn?
Yes.
Mr. Kinsey?
Yes.
Mr. Price?
Yes.
Mrs. Slaughter?
Yes.
Motion passes. We are going into executive session
11:01.
at 11:01. Hopefully not for terribly long.
David, we don't anticipate anything after. Correct.
Correct. We don't.